FoxNewsAudio.com. Connect to Fox News Audio on the Fox News app. Listen to hear your favorite hosts like Brian Kilmeade, Jimmy Fallon, and Guy Benson standing up for what's right, live and via podcast. Just click listen, then swipe right and hear the latest news updates on your time. And scroll down to hear the latest podcasts from Fox News. And it's even easier to listen in the car with Apple CarPlay and Android Auto. Get programming alerts and notifications. Fox News Audio is on the Fox News app. The Voices America trusts. Download it now.
Higher tariffs are looming on a lot more imports. President Trump has threatened up to 35% on Canadian goods starting August 1st and 30% on Mexico and the European Union as negotiations on trade deals continue, telling the Laura Trump Show on Fox.
Some of the countries are very upset now because they've been taking advantage of us for 30, 40 years.
Now, on Wall Street, stock futures are down more than 100 points for the Dow before today's trading, coming off slight losses last week. At the gas pump, we've seen a decline lately.
The somewhat moderately higher oil prices of the past several days will be ending the price cutting on gasoline, but may or may not cause a rise. We do have plenty of gasoline on hand, even though our demand is not particularly high.
Analyst Triple Ellenberg's survey of stations has regular gas down 9 cents the last 2 weeks to $3.22 per gallon. AAA's national average is less at $3.15. A Colorado Army National Guard member is being hailed as a hero, awarded the Soldier's Medal.
Sergeant First Class Robert Cruz, who has been a guardsman for more than 22 years, was driving home in August of 2023 when he came across a 4-car accident. One of the cars had rolled over. He told Fox 31 in Denver after the medal ceremony.
I just went and assessed what had happened.
The car that rolled over then caught fire.
It's not like the movies, right? It's not explosions and stuff like that. It was for the most part, a subtle fire, but I knew that it could get worse really quick. So I really wanted to get that guy out of that vehicle as fast as I could.
He did, saving the man's life. The Soldier's Medal is the highest honor a soldier can receive for actions outside of combat. Kevin Uretsky, Fox News.
In baseball, the Boston Red Sox won their 10th straight game. The hottest team going into the All-Star break. The game's tomorrow in Atlanta. The home run derby's tonight. I'm Dave Anthony. This is Fox News.
This is an urgent announcement for anyone that's $10,000 or more in debt. Before you make another minimum payment, you need to know there are special programs that can completely free you of your debt. Total Financial Freedom can help you become debt-free in months instead of years. Resolve your credit card debt, signature loans, department store cards, internet loans, and timeshares. Call now at 800-533-6605 for a free consultation. For 17 years, Total Financial Freedom has helped thousands get out of debt. You can feel confident when calling because Total Financial Freedom is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau and a Christian-owned company. Don't get stuck in the endless cycle of payments. You have the right to get your debt resolved and substantially reduce your monthly payments. Call Christian-owned Total Financial Freedom now at 800-533-6605. That's 800-533-6605. 800-533-6605.
Hey, it's Sean Thompson here for Level 10 Coating. You've been hearing the ads on AM 560 for months. Listeners love the product. Shiny new garage floors. And here's the thing. If you grow up in Chicago, you know a garage isn't just for parking cars. It's a sanctuary for yourself. Sometimes you could throw a kid's party there. Sometimes you can watch a game with your friends. But it doesn't have to be a cracked, dry, ugly cement floor with all dust on it. It can be a product you love. That's what Level 10 Coating delivers. Level 10 Coatings makes it someplace you'll want to be all the time. Level 10 Coatings, you can call now for a free quote at 855-510-2628. The number again, 855-510-2628. It's not just garage floors either. It's anywhere you want to make the cement feel more than cement at level10coatings.com. That's level, the number 10, coatings.com.
Big or small, we coat them all. Level 10 Coatings, your custom concrete coating solution.
A great smile can make you feel happy and confident. So when you consciously conserve your teeth, that glowing smile will show through. At Best Dental Group, doctors Economos, Gave Alice, and their staff are ready to help you create that perfect look or maintain the one you have now. Along with general dentistry, Best Dental Group is a multidiscipline practice with an orthodontist, periodontist, and prosthetic specialists on site. They use the newest breakthroughs in dental technology such as titanium implants, Invisalign clear braces, and laser treatments. Don't let fear get in the way. They can recommend sedation to make your experience as comfortable as possible. Best Dental Group is located in historic downtown Bartlett and is a multilingual office. Call 630-830-4930, 630-830-4930, or visit bestdental.org. Best Dental Group, sharing your conservative values and helping you to conserve your teeth.
Is cremation an option you're considering for you or your loved one? At Catholic Cemeteries, we offer sacred, permanent places of rest where loved ones can be remembered, prayed for, and visited for generations. Too often, cremated remains are brought home, only to end up in closets, basements, or forgotten on shelves. Memorialization is forever. Honor their life. Preserve your legacy. Visit us today at CatholicCemeteryChicago.org to schedule a free consultation or call 708-236-5490.
If you've ever wanted to meet Larry Elder, Hugh Hewitt, Mike Gallagher, or Charlie Kirk, now's your chance. It's AM 560's Terrific Talkers VIP Experience Contest. Enter today for a chance to meet your favorite host and sit in on a live broadcast. The grand prize includes airfare and 3 nights of accommodations. Don't miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Enter today at 560theanswer.com/VIP. That's 560theanswer.com/VIP.
It's July 14th, and this is your Fox Daily Snapshot. Today is National Mac and Cheese Day. The perfect comfort food on a cold day or as a tasty side dish for family gatherings, mac and cheese invokes memories of home for many of us. Over the years, the art of making mac and cheese has evolved from the traditional elbow macaroni and American or cheddar cheese. Today, almost any kind of cheese or spice is added to the dish for an extra zing, and ingredients like jalapeno, bacon, or lobster can add a next level of flavor and decadence. Also on this date, in 1953, the first U.S. monument to a black American was dedicated in Missouri, honoring the many accomplishments of scientist and inventor George Washington Carver and preserving his childhood home and farm. In 1983, Nintendo releases an arcade game about an Italian-American plumber named Mario, as Mario Brothers is first introduced in Japan. I'm Tushar Saxena, and that's your Fox Daily Snapshot.
Eat up, buddy. It's almost time for school.
You take charge of your home. You take charge of your work. Don't forget to take charge of your gut health, too, with Nature Made Probiotics. Nature Made has clinically studied probiotics that work with your digestive tract's natural bacteria, so you won't miss a beat in your daily routine. Find us in the vitamin aisle. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Introducing the new Dell AI PC, powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code, summarizing meeting notes, finding files, managing your schedule, responding to Jim's long emails, leaving all the time in the world for the things you actually want to do. No offense, Jim. Get a new Dell AI PC starting at $699.99 at Dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
That shot was money, Lisa. Hey, speaking of, did you ever figure out what to do with your parents' old coin collection?
Not yet. I need a reputable dealer to appraise them. I have no clue what they're worth.
I just finished working on my dad's estate collections. I took it all to Fox Valley Coins. Their customer service was the best. Plus, they're super honest and reputable, but most importantly, experienced. They'll give you the best prices.
Really? They handle estate collections?
Absolutely. Buying, selling, appraising, they do it all. It was quick and simple, and we maintained our privacy. Fox Valley Coins made the whole process easy.
That's exactly what I need. Are they local?
Right in Naperville. They have an easy website to remember. FoxValleyCoins.com.
Perfect. Now let's see if you can return this shot.
Whether buying or selling or just want valuation, Fox Valley Coins is your trusted trusted gold and silver dealer. Visit Fox Valley Coins, 1 light north of I-88 on Route 59 at the Naperville-Warrenville border. FoxValleyCoins.com. Family-owned integrity since 1981.
This is a special alert during this window replacement season. Don't get tricked by the cheapest offers and gimmicky ads. Now's the time to see and feel the difference of high-performance windows from Valdecas.
When it's time to consider new windows, siding, and doors for your home, you need to look no further. Sebastian Gorka here to tell you about Valdecas. Valdecas has been the trusted name chosen by thousands of homeowners, and they should be your number one choice too. But what's really behind the name Valdecas? Over 25 years of a team dedicated to providing you with the best customer service experience and products that truly bring value to your home. They are a Pella Platinum Elite Status certified contractor for a reason. They have an A+ rating with the BBB, as well as high ratings and positive reviews on both Google and Houzz. Schedule your free in-house consultation at valdecas.com.
Ask about their exclusive manufacturer warranties and their 10-year workmanship guarantee.
Don't wait. Book today at valdecas.com. For the best in class, it's Valdecas.
Well, first of all, my role is to call balls and strikes and to give a voice to half or more than half or even sometimes like 80% of the country on the issues of the day.
CNN political commentator Scott Jennings talking about his presentation at the 2025 Issues Etc. Making the Case conference.
I think what CNN is doing, in particular with the 10 o'clock show, it's a real debating show, and you're putting people at the table who have diverse viewpoints, including conservative viewpoints. I think our commitment to that, honestly, is good for American political discourse, and my job is to robustly participate in that and give a whole bunch of people out there who thought maybe the mainstream media was ignoring them or didn't care what they thought, somebody to authentically represent their values.
You can meet and hear Scott Jennings making the case for an alternative voice in the mainstream media at this year's Making the Case conference, July 18th and 19th at Concordia University, Chicago. Learn more at issuesetc.org.
Did you know that AM 560 Radio has a full-service digital marketing division called Salem Surround? If you're a business decision maker, listen up. AM 560 listeners are everywhere your potential audience is. So are our incredible targeting capabilities. We localize digital marketing and put it within reach of every business, small and large, in Chicagoland and beyond. Salem Surround offers AI-powered marketing solutions that reach your ideal audience. Whether or not you tap into the proven live, local, and emotional connection that AM 560 Radio brings, Salem Surround offers a total marketing solution to our partners. All-in-one digital solutions that provide targeted local digital and social media ads, Google AdWords management, website services, video strategy, search optimization, and even a management dashboard to offer you total campaign updates and transparency. Your Salem Surround representative is located right here in Chicago. Experience the Salem Surround digital revolution today. Call 847-472-8951. That's 847-472-8951.
At Signature Bank, going the distance for business banking customers is what we do every day. We understand that business owners have a strategic mission, a drive to succeed, a plan for growth, and don't have time to wait for a bank to respond. With Signature Bank, you not only have a banking partner that has roots right here in Chicago, but our decisions are made locally too. Signature Bank knows that when you have a question or problem about your business, you want answers. You need someone who will pick up the phone or respond to your text. You need someone who is always there for you. That's Signature Bank. We are a team that wants to get to know you and your business. Want to be Signature Bank's next success story? Give us a call today at 773-467-5630 or visit us online at signaturebank.bank. Member FDIC Equal Housing Lender.
Experience a luxurious summer when you visit Trump International Hotel and Towers, Chicago, a Forbes Travel Guide 5-star hotel. Take in stunning views of the Chicago skyline from the heart of the city, steps away from the iconic Magnificent Mile and the revitalized Riverwalk. Treat yourself to exquisite dining at Terra 16 Restaurant and Rebar Lounge, overlooking the Chicago River and Lake Michigan. Catch the Navy Pier fireworks display from Terra 16's patio on Wednesdays and Saturdays all summer long. Relax in immaculately designed suites that offer the utmost level of comfort. Refresh in the state-of-the-art spa featuring a 75-foot swimming pool, steam and sauna rooms, relaxation lounge, and more. The Trump Hotel Chicago offers sophistication and elegance to downtown Chicago and is a convenient travel destination for your summer getaway. Simply visit Trump Chicago online to make your reservations today and search offers to find the never settle summer stay. Book today.
Chicagoland traffic.
the Ike, the Stevenson, the dreaded 294. You sitting in traffic is not time well spent. Time is money.
Oh, come on, man. What's the slowdown for?
Especially when you're trying to do your own company deliveries.
What is happening up there? I got things to deliver.
But instead of sitting there getting more and more frustrated,
Please, can we go any slower?
you could be back at the shop getting work done.
I should have stayed at work and actually worked.
Get Quick Delivery Service to battle the traffic for you. They'll make your deliveries while you get other things done. Quick Delivery Service makes it easy. No forms, no labels, no scanning. They'll deliver large pallets of materials to important documents. Simply tell Quick Delivery Service where it's going. They'll pick it up and get it to your destination quickly. Plus, your deliveries are tracked with real-time GPS notifications. Visit quickdelivery.com and stay out of traffic.
Oh no, this exit's closed?
Call now for a free quote. 847-534-2244 or go to quickdelivery.com.
This is a special alert during this window replacement season. Don't get tricked by the cheapest offers and gimmicky ads. Now's the time to see and feel the difference of high-performance windows from Valdecas.
When it's time to consider new windows, siding, and doors for your home, you need to look no further. Sebastian Gorka here to tell you about Valdecas. Valdecas has been the trusted name chosen by thousands of homeowners, and they should be your number one choice too. But what's really behind the name Valdecas? Over 25 years of a team dedicated to providing you with the best customer service experience and products that truly bring value to your home. They are a Pella Platinum Elite Status certified contractor for a reason. They have an A+ rating with the BBB, as well as high ratings and positive reviews on both Google and Houzz. Schedule your free in-house consultation at valdecas.com.
Ask about their exclusive manufacturer warranties and their 10-year workmanship guarantee.
Don't wait. Book today at valdecas.com. For the best in class, it's Valdecas.
Now, your official weather forecast.
Today will be mostly sunny with a high of 89. Tonight, expect clear skies with a low of 69. Tomorrow will be hot with a mix of sun and clouds, reaching a high of 91. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Forever Remodeling. Stress-free and high-quality remodeling. View their stunning transformations online at the number 4everremodeling.com.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios.
Portions of the following show may be pre-recorded.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan Proft here, and crack up at DOJ, a split in MAGA world, the ongoing fallout from the handling of the Jeffrey Epstein files thus far, and the reporting, as I'm sure many of you have seen, of a potential divide between Kash and Dan and Pam. Kash Patel and Dan Bongino at FBI, and Pam Bondi, of course, the Attorney General. Where is Trump siding in this spat, apparent spat? What's going on with my boys, and in some cases, gals, Trump on Trump Social? They're all going after Attorney General Pam Bondi, who is doing a fantastic job, all caps, yelling. We're on one team, MAGA, and I don't like what's happening. We have a perfect administration, the talk of the world, and selfish people are trying to hurt it, all over a guy who never dies, Jeffrey Epstein. For years, it's Epstein over and over again. Why are we giving publicity to files written by Obama, Crooked Hillary, Comey, Brennan, and the losers and criminals of the Biden administration who conned the world with the Russia hoax, 51 intelligence agents, the laptop from hell, and more? I love Trump's stream of consciousness. And E.E. Cummings like respect for punctuation. Anyway, he goes on, they created the Epstein files. They created the Epstein files, Trump's enemies. Just like they created the fake Hillary Clinton, Christopher Steele dossier that they used on me, and now my so-called friends are playing right into their hands. Why don't these radical left lunatics release the Epstein files? Why didn't, I should say? Why didn't these radical left lunatics release the Epstein files? If there was anything in there that could have hurt the MAGA movement, why didn't they use it? They haven't even given up on They haven't even given up on that, and me and now my so-called friends are playing right into their hands. Okay. The left is imploding. Kash Patel and the FBI must be focused on investigating voter fraud, political corruption, Act Blue, the rigged and stolen election of 2020, speaking of not letting things go, and arresting thugs and criminals instead of spending month after month looking at nothing but the same old radical left-inspired documents on Jeffrey Epstein. Let Pam Bondi do her job. She's great. The 2020 election was rigged and stolen, and they tried to do the same thing in 2024. That's what she is looking into as AG, and much more. 1 year ago, our country was dead. Now it's the hottest country anywhere in the world. Let's keep it that way and not waste time and energy on Jeffrey Epstein, somebody that nobody cares about. Thank you for your attention to this matter. The most interesting form letter you're ever going to read. Thank you for your attention to this matter kicker at the end. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line and text line. Well, there you have it. Sort of building on what Trump said at that the press avail during his cabinet meeting last week, which is let it go. Pam, if you have anything to say, you can say it, and otherwise we're moving on. Pam had her say, and Trump wants everybody to move on, but everybody's not moving on. Everybody's not moving on. And it's, as we talked about last week, they're not moving on because there's good reason not to move on, because of the statements that were made by many of the principals that were in the media world who are now in the law enforcement world, starting with Kash and Dan, and the implications beyond the sex trafficking of girls, which is a huge story and a big deal in its own right. But then you get into Jeffrey Epstein's web of associates or intel agencies that he was aligned with, that he was doing extra legal work for, potentially. We talked about that because of what Mike Benz, former cybersecurity guy at State Department, of course, you know, we've had him on the show, the Jesse Kelly podcast he did last week, where he talked about all of the circumstantial evidence that suggests a pretty strong linkage between Jeffrey Epstein and the CIA, perhaps intermittently over the course of 30 years, dating back to the 80s, perhaps more than intermittently. Just, again, the markers that these people put down, and you can understand why Dan Bongino and Kash Patel may be not pleased with how Pam Bondi is handling this, because, you know, their reputations are on the line. This is Kash Patel. This is 2 years ago, these guys talking. Kash Patel on Glenn Beck's podcast.
I'm not saying it's not there. Who are you going to get that?
Who, for instance, who is currently holding, this is way off the topic, but who has Jeffrey Epstein's
Black Book?
Black Book.
FBI.
But who? That is, I mean, there's...
Oh, that's under direct control of the director of the FBI. Just like the manifesto from the Nashville school shooting of the Catholic schools. Yeah. We still haven't seen that, right? It's not the Nashville police or PD saying we don't want this out. The FBI airmailed into that operation and said this is not getting out. Because they do that because this is another government gangster operation. All these local law enforcement communities get funding from the DOJ and FBI for local programs. And if you don't cooperate, you're not getting your $1 million for this, and you're not getting and that's a lot of money to these local districts.
Government gangster is a favorite phrase of Kash Patel. He wrote a book about it and entitled Government Gangsters. And part of the elevation to FBI director for Kash and deputy for Bongino, and frankly AG for Bondi, was to end the gangsterism of said government agencies. And the handling of the Epstein matter feels to many like more of the same. This is Dan Bongino, again, just 2 years ago on Epstein.
There are a lot of people who are knee-deep in the Washington swamp who are not telling you the truth about serious allegations out there that Epstein may have had video and audio of people out there doing things they shouldn't have been doing. And you should be asking yourself the question, how is it that all these people, the CIA director, the Obama fixer, Bill Clinton, all intersected paths with Jeffrey Epstein? Jeffrey Epstein isn't with us anymore, and nobody seems to want to talk about it. And outside of a few entrepreneurial media outlets saying, hey, this is a big deal.
Right. And so that's where they put their credibility. Understandably so. I think it is a big deal. And now Trump is saying it's not a big deal. Let's everybody move on. James O'Keefe, doing his undercover journalism as is his wont. He had one of his guerrilla reporters connect with Rami Hassan, who's Deputy Senior National Intel Officer at the FBI, was at the White House under the previous administration, no longer at the White House, but nonetheless, just a guy who is a senior level person at the FBI who's been there a while and who is speaking freely because he doesn't know he's being recorded. He was prompted to talk Epstein, and he said this.
You can see where law enforcement kind of either turn a blind eye or like miss things, and there's opportunities just from like hearing and listening.
Yeah, so they turned a blind eye or they missed something. Okay, could be one or the other, could be both. Shouldn't we get to the bottom of that? Shouldn't we know whether it was willful blindness or worse, covering up something material? Or it was just they missed some things. One of their own describing what he sees in terms of the handling of the Epstein matter. And he's, of course, not the only one. We'll be talking to Thomas Baker later in the program about the same. And then there's this, which, again, continues to make this difficult to walk away from. They called the Jeffrey Epstein prison video that was released the full raw video. And you remember Pam Bondi last week at that cabinet meeting asked about the 1 minute gap, said, this was something that happens on a daily basis in terms of the rebooting of the security video or what have you. And so they were looking into that and going to provide, a more expansive explanation, and that'll be that. Well, Wired Magazine reporting that metadata analysis shows the DOJ video was edited more than just once and likely with Adobe Premiere Pro. From Wired Magazine, metadata embedded in the video and analyzed by Wired, an independent video forensics expert, show that rather than being a direct export from the prison surveillance system, the footage was modified, likely using the professional editing tool Adobe Premiere Pro. The file appears to have been assembled from at least 2 source clips, saved multiple times, exported, and then uploaded to the DOJ's website where it was presented as raw footage. Now, that in and of itself doesn't prove anything other than how that information was presented is not exactly accurate. Doesn't prove anything about Jeffrey Epstein's death. It should be more specific, but it does prove that the information as presented wasn't entirely accurate. And therein lies the problem. At every turn, when it comes to certain matters, specifically this one now because it implicates the Trump administration, you get half the story or an intentionally misleading piece of the story. You never get sort of the full and complete, here is what we know to the best of our knowledge, peruse it at your leisure, ask whatever questions you have. We'll provide answers that are consistent with what we know to be true, and we'll leave it at that. That's not what you're getting in terms of the disclosures or the discussion, and it's just terribly problematic. And you would think they would know this. I'm talking about Pam Bondi specifically, but by the way, Kash Patel, who rumors of his resignation are greatly exaggerated, he he tweeted over the weekend or posted on X over the weekend. The conspiracy theories just aren't true, never have been. It's an honor to serve the President of the United States, Donald Trump, and I'll continue to do so for as long as he calls on me. Whether Bongino is going to continue on seems to be an open question. Reports are he was not in the office Friday. Maybe other reports he wasn't in the office for the last several days of last week, and he may not be coming back unless there's some rapprochement between him and Bondi, or he's somehow satisfied about as to what the next steps will be on this matter. We'll have to see. But the handling of the situation has not been helpful to the position that Trump is taking, that we want this to go away. The only way it's going to go away is if there is a full and complete accounting of what is in the government's possession, and there is a full and forthright Q&A to answer some of the very legitimate questions, basic commonsensical questions that people have about this. All right, coming up at 5:38, we'll we've got perhaps a couple more things on this Epstein matter before we depart and turn our attention to what Jamie Dimon has to say about his Democrat friends. But now we check the headlines.
Good morning, 71 degrees in Chicago and AM 560 The Answer. I'm John Cruz in for Nikki Whaley in the Rapid Radio's newsroom. Morning haze will give way to sunshine, a high of 79 today. A 17-year-old boy remains in critical condition after being shot at a park on the city's far north side last night. Police spoke to witnesses who said the teen was shot over a dispute during a kids' soccer match. An unknown teen rode up on an e-bike, demanded the victim's money, then shot him twice. No arrests have been made. President Trump says the U.S. sending new weapons to Ukraine and the EU will pay for it. Trump overnight told reporters he's going to send Ukraine Patriot missiles, but didn't go into detail about what other weapons he'll provide. Trump meets with the head of NATO this week, this ahead of planned 30% tariffs on several countries, including Mexico. And a woman recovering from a shooting overnight in an East Lakeview neighborhood. Police say at least 2 suspects tried to rob her, instead struggling with her and shot her, then drove away in a silver SUV. She's in good condition at a hospital. Belmont investigators still looking for the shooters. This report sponsored by Rapid Radios. Rapid Radios instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies offering national LTE coverage and no subscription ever. Business owners can keep in touch with up to 200 staff members at one time. Go to rapidradios.com now for up to 60% off and free shipping. A check of your weather coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560 The Answer.
Mike Gallagher says, don't take it lightly.
You've got all hell breaking loose there between Elon and President Trump. He wants to form a third party? And I got people in my life saying, it's never going to get off the ground. Don't be so sure. This guy's a massively influential person. Are you kidding me? With just ignoring this? This is not an insignificant guy.
The Mike Gallagher Show, weekdays at 9, right before Charlie Kirk at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
Charlie, is there something better we can do with all these pallets, OCC, and shrink wrap? It just keeps building up.
Well, we have a trash company that's supposed to haul it away. I guess they're not keeping up.
Well, maybe we should shop around. All this paper, plastic, metal, this can all be recycled. We spend way too many hours just moving it around.
Actually, my buddy's company uses Combined Resources in Addison. They pick up recyclables all over Chicago and safely dispose of it. They have this huge recycling center. Apparently, it saves them a lot in waste expenses, too.
Well, let's give Combined Resources a call.
Since 1986, Combined Resources, Inc. has been your one-stop shop recycling and sustainability partner. CRI's programs reduce labor and hauling costs, boost rebate returns, and help your company go green. If your company has paper, cardboard, plastic, pallets, and metal that you want cleared and recycled, CRI will take care of it all and help you meet sustainability goals. Call 877-CRI-PLAS and learn how CRI supports smarter recycling at combinedresources.us. Combined Resources, Inc., turning waste into worth, one resource at a time.
Are you over the age of 55 and want to secure your wealth with physical gold and silver? Do you want to own physical precious metals inside your retirement account, but don't know where to get started? We can help. We are Advantage Gold, the #1 customer-rated gold company in America with thousands of 5-star reviews. And for the past decade, we have been helping investors take their 401ks, IRAs, and retirement accounts and diversify them into physical precious metals like gold, silver, platinum, and palladium, tax-free and penalty-free. And we can help you too. Call us right now, 800-900-8000, and get our free 2025 Gold Investing Starter Kit, 100% free. It comes with a one-on-one masterclass on precious metals investing from one of our seasoned experts. Just call 800-900-8000 now and claim your free Gold Investing Starter Kit. Also learn how you might qualify for up to $10,000 in free gold and silver. Supplies are limited. Call us at 800-900-8000 or visit us at AdvantageGold.com. Past performance is not indicative of future results. Please consult your tax or financial advisor. Call us at 800-900-8000.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Now, your official weather forecast.
Today will be mostly sunny with a high of 89 and clear skies tonight with a low of 69. Tomorrow, expect hot weather with a mix of sun and clouds and a high of 91. I'm meteorologist Jason Catarina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. Only the biggest stories, only the biggest guests, and only the biggest opinions. This is AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan Propt here, and talking about the ongoing imbroglio involving the Trump administration's handling of the Epstein matter. The Epstein file, the Epstein list that may or may not exist. Dershowitz said it does. As we brought you last week, Alan Dershowitz says he's seen it, he knows who's on it, it exists. And so the question about whether or not you're going to have some high-profile individuals in the Trump administration at the upper reaches of the Department of Justice leave. What you've seen online, and frankly, platformed at the Turning Point USA event over the weekend, is a push for Pam Bondi to be removed and Kash and Dan to stay. But, of course, as I read you the Trump social post over the weekend, that doesn't seem to be Trump's inclination at the point, giving Pam Bondi his full backing and telling everybody to stop paying attention to this matter. Raheem Kasim, who is the editor of the National Pulse, he's part of this world, the MAGA world. He posted, "I'm not sure about Kash leaving, but the report that Dan Bongino is done cleaning up after Pam Bondi is 100% accurate and comes after months of frustration. I have this on airtight multiple sourcing." And he goes on to say Dan isn't the only one that feels that way. Both Kash and Dan for months have tried to get Pam to understand the importance of full transparency in her department, especially on the Epstein stuff. For reasons becoming apparent, this has fallen on deaf ears. The reasons becoming apparent is interesting to me because I'm not sure the reasons are that apparent. There's a lot of supposition about the reasons. I don't think anything is particularly obvious at this point. Kasim goes on. Pam Bondi has been giving multiple avenues to pursue and infinite examples of people who need to be brought in front of a special counsel, but she's refused to budge every time. He also adds, there's an interesting New York versus Florida thing going on here, too. Susie Wiles is a longstanding close personal friend of Pam's. In the event Trump would consider keeping Dan and maybe Kash if he wants out, too, it is likely his chief of staff would recommend against it, which adds layers of problems. I don't think Bongino will be back in the office Monday, meaning today, if something doesn't happen with Pam or even a special counsel search announced, perhaps. This would represent a massive victory for the swamp and indeed for sex traffickers and pedos. I'll conclude for now by reminding everyone how people like Dan Bongino and Kash Patel sacrificed as much as they possibly could for MAGA and Trump, and I have no doubt they'll remain loyal to both regardless of what happens here. The truth is Pam needs to go fast. And then he suggests someone like Matt Gaetz replace her. Yeah. So it's not a perspective I'm necessarily endorsing. It's just an informed perspective, at least on the dynamics between Kash and Dan and Bondi, perhaps. Now, I mentioned Kash has said, I'm not going anywhere. I serve at the pleasure of the president. I will continue to serve as long as he wants me to serve. Dan Bongino has been less public about his exact view. And, of course, Pam Bondi hasn't said anything either because the directive from the boss is stop talking about this, make this go away. but I don't think that's going to happen. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. Craig in Mount Greenwood, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, thanks a lot, Dan, for taking my call. I've got a hunch on this here, and it's this. Trump and Bondi, they've seen this list. They've seen a whole lot more than they basically ever expected to see and everything. And it's got bad hombres in super high places on both sides of the aisle, all up and down the whole damn government, all through the three-letter agent, everything. And that Trump is maybe afraid of like just crashing everything, like even like with it all coming out and all that, and they're trying to hold it back, kind of like ice it for now, or figure out a way to do whatever. But I think it's that bad. I think it's so bad that it'll be, in other words, Trump trying to get the economy, the whole thing, and this will basically knock all the train cars off the track.
I don't know. I don't know why exposing people as pedophiles or otherwise.
I think it's so deep. I think it's so deep in so many individuals.
So let's assume that's true. And so, is that an excuse to not disclose?
Oh no, not at all.
Right.
Not at all. I think I think Trump and there's. Kind of like trying to navigate how they do this or whatever because it's so big a deal. But no, it's not. They should come out, or unless they're afraid of. You're at CIA. Remember what Schumer warned them, and I believe that's true. Hey, they got all these different ways, and if they're threatening their family or whatever, there's something super deep and dark here, really deep and dark.
Thanks for the call, Craig. Well, there's definitely something deep and dark here. We know that. But the question is it getting deeper and darker because of the Trump administration's handling of this, because of the president's handling of this, frankly? I mean, let's just be straight about it. Is that making it deeper and darker? I mean, I cannot conceive of a scenario where if you know somebody, that the Department of Justice doesn't pursue the facts wherever they go with respect to people that were in Epstein's orbit and bring forward those who crossed the line and broke the law, crossed the line of associating with Jeffrey Epstein, which is not a crime, although it may be terrible judgment. That's something else that doesn't want to be disclosed. Look at the damage control Bill Gates has been doing just because of his association. But cross the line into illegality, there's no scenario in which that should not be brought forward post haste, even if the statute of limitations is run. If these were principles in this gruesome sex trafficking operation, if there are people that know that Jeffrey Epstein, for example, building off of the case that Mike Benz offered, was doing illicit things on behalf of the CIA dating back to Iran-Contra and Adnan Khashoggi and arms for hostages and pushing forward, then there is no scenario in which that should not be disclosed and whatever accountability is available affected. He's afraid. There's no I'm afraid of crashing the economy. I'm afraid of tit for tat because there's people that the left doesn't want disclosed, and there's people that the right doesn't want to disclose, all the things that you've heard as well. It's everybody's on the list, and so everybody is protecting everybody because it's mutually assured destruction. Well, let's say that's true. The promise of MAGA is to not worry about mutually assured destruction when it comes to protecting those in the political class, whether they be big government, deep state Republicans or big government, deep state Democrats. Isn't that the value proposition? So there's just no credible case to be made, in my view, as to in defense of how Trump is handling this, to put a fine point on it. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line and text line. Bill on Northwest Side.
Yeah, Dan, the other way he's mishandling it is doing it on Truth Social. To me, in my opinion, this is something that should be done at the White House, behind closed doors, the three of them plus the president hashing this out. It shouldn't be done the way he's doing it. It doesn't make any sense.
Thanks for the call, Bill. It is a bad look because it certainly speaks of disunity, doesn't it? Cash is saying I'm staying, but not much more than that. He's not giving the I fully support Pam Bondi and the approach that she's taken, and we're on the same page. And he didn't say that. He just said I'm staying as long as the president wants me to stay. Bongino is been silent. Pam's been silent. Trump comes in, defends Pam, and then you have all this palace intrigue and speculation about palace intrigue, which is dominating social media posting, searches, political conversation. I had a golf match at Olympia Fields yesterday, and the two guys that me and my partner were playing against, when it came to conservative politics, they wanted to talk, these guys like financial services guys, wanted to talk more about that than the implications of the big, beautiful bill. That's for sure. So you can't just wish this away. It became too big a thing. It is a big thing. It became a much bigger thing, in part because of all the things that were said, all the criticisms that were lodged, rightly so, against the previous administration by all of the people we're talking about now who populate the halls of power. You can't just, snap your fingers and make it go away, even if you're the president. Moses in Bolingbrook.
Hi, Dan. Good morning. Thanks for taking my call. A lot of people are talking about this, affecting politicians on both sides, but I think it runs a lot deeper. I think there might be crown princes of various countries and world leaders on that list. And if that list comes to light, it could potentially bring down entire governments. That hasn't been talked about.
Yeah, okay. I mean, it's certainly possible. Obviously, Prince Andrew has been implicated. Formal accusations leveled in his direction, incriminating pictures. A terrible interview that he did that made him look even guiltier than the circumstantial evidence. Possible. I mean, America is not the only repository of bad actors at within the halls of power. Of course, sure, it's possible. Epstein Island, was not for the domestic crowd solely, clearly. But I say again, the argument, I'm not saying Moses was making it, but so what's the argument? Like, this could destabilize an ally at a sensitive time in our relationship with this ally, or in a triangulated relationship with this ally vis-a-vis another interest. You can't play that game. If somebody was a principal in this nefarious criminal enterprise, then they should be disclosed. They should be brought to justice. I don't care if it's an emir or a CEO or a member of Congress or a sports figure, whoever. I mean, it should just be one standard, shouldn't it? Or am I being Pollyannish? 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro, answer line. Joe in Arlington Heights.
Hey, good morning. Dan, I tend to agree with you that the Despicable Act really does not deserve cover, and I'm glad Moses brought up other countries because that was part of the point I wanted to make. And I would add just one more layer of complexity that Trump must be dealing with, and that is there may be people who were targeted by Epstein for future attempted blackmail who are on a list but who did not participate in anything nefarious. They just were close enough to him to be in the file a couple of times, and now how do they get their reputation back? So it's complicated, although how do you give quarter to pedophiles? I guess I stand with you. You can't.
Thanks for the call, Joe. Well, the thing about those who are in the circle but may have not committed any crimes, as I mentioned before, well, you're the Attorney General. You're the FBI Director, the Deputy FBI Director. You can draw lines. You can make distinctions based on our investigations, a review of the file, our own additional investigative work. There are people in this category. There are other who've committed crimes, or we believe to commit crimes, or they're the subject of criminal investigations even. I know this is what, we don't talk about ongoing criminal investigations. We have a group of people. They're the subject of criminal investigation. I'm not going to disclose who they are until those investigations are complete. Fine. Well, we have another group of people that were in this circle that we thoroughly looked through and are not subject to a criminal investigation. We don't believe that they engaged in any criminal wrongdoing. I mean, you can draw those lines of distinction as you disclose the list, and then people walk away and they say the same thing that Bill Gates has been saying. I'm not saying that he's innocent. I don't know, but what he's saying is, yeah, I spent more time with him than I should. That was an error in judgment on my part, and I learned my lesson. I shouldn't have hung out with Jeffrey Epstein. Basically, what he said. And he moves on. So you get a little bit of a ding for an error in judgment of hanging around with somebody that you knew or should have known was a bad guy, but you didn't do anything wrong criminally, so that's that. Chris in Elmwood Park.
Hi, Dan. What if Trump is using all this information for leverage to get stuff done? Kind of like, I don't know, blackmail, That's
right. And when in politics, it's called leverage. In the private sector, private world is called blackmail. Yeah. Thanks for the call, Chris. I mean, again, I can't imagine. Well, I guess I could imagine how you could leverage somebody in this situation. But I mean, is that something that you would support? You're going to make a deal with somebody who has something to hide or fear on the order of being engaged in this criminal enterprise in service of a particular interest, a political interest. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think you can do it that way. And frankly, if that's what he is doing, and I don't think that's what he's doing, but I don't know. That is going to come out in the wash too. And then you're going to be judged based on, so you gave this person who we believe to have done these dastardly things a pass in order to secure, you gave them X, which is a pass, in order to secure Y, which is what? That's going to be assessed. So if that were going on, it would be helpful and more sensible for Trump and his team to be saying, look, we're just not done yet here. This is ongoing. So you got to give us a little bit more time. It's more complicated than we thought as we have dug into it. But that's not what he's saying, and that's not what Bondi's saying. They're basically saying, here's what we were giving you. End of story. We're moving on. Marvin, Burlington, Wisconsin.
Good morning, and I appreciate your speculation on this. I mean, I'm just thinking here that the longer this goes on, the worse it's going to get. I mean, you look at in the past, like the Kennedy assassination. If the facts don't come out, then people do crazy speculation on this, that, and the other thing.
Yep.
How is it going to cause World War III? It's not going to cause nuclear Armageddon. Just let it all out there. Show everything. I mean, what's the problem? I mean, they are inviting all kinds of bad speculation, and it's like you say, it's not going to go away. It's just going to get worse.
Thanks for the call, Marvin. And we've talked about this all the time. The conspiracy theories fill a void when a authority is not being transparent with you. We saw this during COVID. We saw this with allegations of election fraud. When you won't answer questions, when you won't lay out a case, and you're the person that is best positioned to answer those questions, give credible answers to questions, and lay out a credible case, and entertain questions in the first place. When you won't do that, people get suspicious, understandably so. Particularly because, as Marvin was referencing, not just the conspiracies where we weren't leveled with JFK's assassination and so forth, but just in the general performance and attitude of the government at every level, but particularly the federal level. Bob in Buffalo Grove.
Good morning, Dan. Always a pleasure talking to you. You haven't discussed this. Let me just offer this topic. What about the victims? There was sex trafficking going on, and Haven't any victims come forward? Because there's a lot of money that could be made if they wanted to file lawsuits against some of these people.
Bob, I think an FBI van may be outside your home. Your dog is barking at.
Yeah, that's
you're under
right.
surveillance.
It's the morning time. He's having one of his zoomies.
Yes, right. Well, the victims thing is a good point. I raised it last week. I mean, obviously, one of the high-profile victims. Thanks, Bob. Virginia Joffrey is unfortunately dead. She committed suicide. But some of the other victims are not. But with respect to the victims, it's you saw them, some of them, like Sarah Ransom at Ghislaine Maxwell's sentencing. But you haven't seen a lot of them sort of speak out on a regular basis and make allegations where names are named because they're probably afraid. The one woman who made her allegations against Dershowitz ultimately recanted. There have been allegations in the direction of Prince Andrew, in the direction of Bill Clinton, but not substantiated. And, you're dealing with very powerful people. They're probably afraid. It probably doesn't help if they feel like the United States government is running cover for those people. So if the president of the United States doesn't want to take up my case, then what chance do I have? Trying to put yourself in the perspective of a victim here. We'll see. But it's a dangerous game. People who have secrets are playing. I'll tell you that. Lewis, outside.
Good morning, Dan. I think you're missing it. We saw it in a movie before. It went like this. You want me on the wall, but you can't handle the truth.
Mm-hmm.
And the truth is like the young lady was saying, it's political credit. He's looking for credibility out there amongst others, because he done already exposed all these other people, and nothing came of it,
How do we know who he's exposed and who he hasn't? We don't know.
Well, wait. In the past, he has already exposed. Remember the Durham?
The Durham report?
Yeah, and Robert Hurd, remember that?
Yeah.
And so nothing came of it, and so he's learned what he has to do is just expose it and just let it lie where it is. And so far, he has already exposed it by just having that investigation,
Really? Yeah, I'm sorry. Did he say, hey, Cash, move on from Jim Comey and John Brennan? No, he didn't. No, he didn't say that. No, he didn't say that.
Wait.
He said they're bad guys.
He didn't say that in public.
He did say it in public. He absolutely.
Wait.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. We got to go, Lewis. Thanks for the call. No. Trump talks about people that are enemies of Trump or he feels are enemies of the state. Names all the time. All the time. So, no, I don't think that washes. We could handle a code red and we can handle a release of the Epstein file. Coming up at 6:06, we'll turn our attention to BLM Brandon and his latest pronouncements on sanctuary cities. It is now 6 a.m. AM 560 WIND.
Ukraine is getting more American help to battle Russia. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. President Trump detail all that today, meeting with NATO's leader.
They do need protection, but the European Union is paying for it. We're not paying anything for it, but we will send it. It'll be business for us, and we will send them Patriots, which they desperately need.
And a special envoy is there for talks.
U.S. envoy Keith Kellogg was welcomed to Kyiv with a hug from the Ukrainian president's chief of staff. This after President Trump promised he'd make a big announcement on support for Ukraine today, teasing last night that the Ukrainians are going to receive various pieces of very sophisticated military. The promise of support comes as Ukraine faces an intensifying Russian onslaught.
That's Fox's Jonathan Savage in London, where President Trump will go in September for 3 days after an invite from King Charles, making history as the only president honored in the UK with a second state visit. He went there during his first term in 2019. Back to the president at Joint Base Andrews. He talked with reporters 1 year after surviving the assassination attempt at a Trump campaign rally in Buffalo. Butler, Pennsylvania.
It's a little bit of a dangerous profession being president, but I really don't like to think about it too much. I think you're better off not thinking about it.
A Senate report blames the Secret Service for errors and communication failures.
In a separate report from the Federal Government Accountability Office, it found that senior-level Secret Service agents were informed of a threat 10 days before the Butler rally, but failed to share that information with the local and federal agencies. That report also identifies a series of procedural and planning mistakes.
Fox's Chanley Painter, a state trooper, and 2 others are recovering in Kentucky after a traffic stop led to a carjacking and a shooting inside a church where 2 women were killed until police shot and killed the gunman.
Preliminary information indicates that the suspect may have had a connection to the individuals at the church.
Lexington Police Chief Lawrence Weathers. America's listening to Fox News.
WIND, Chicago.
Good morning, 69 degrees in Chicago on AM 560 The Answer. I'm John Cruz in the AlmostFreeTeeth.com newsroom. Haze and fog sticking around until at least lunchtime. Air quality alert in place, then sunny and 80 today. A 17-year-old boy in critical condition after he was robbed and shot by someone on an e-scooter in Chicago's West Rogers Park. This happened about 5 o'clock Sunday afternoon. The teen was in the 2100 block of West Granville Avenue when a man drove up on an e-scooter and robbed him at gunpoint, then shot him. Police say the victim taken to St. Francis Hospital in critical condition. The robber sped off and hasn't been arrested yet. 6 people now in custody after a chase that began as a robbery at a Cicero business, 3 of them charged as juveniles. The chase ended with 4 suspects arrested. That did lead investigators to a Northwest Indiana incident where 2 other suspects were linked to the first robbery. They were arrested after a short pursuit. No names have been released. A record number of people over the weekend at the 25th Annual Barrio Arts Festival at Chicago's Humboldt Park. This as federal agents were spotted there Tuesday, sparking fears of an ICE raid. The Department of Homeland Security claimed the agents were there as part of an unrelated narcotics investigation. Chicago police issuing a community alert after a string of violent robberies in the River North area. In each crime, police say the suspects became friendly with intoxicated victims, then robbed and beat them up. Now, the crimes happened as bars and restaurants were closing. CPD says there are 3 possible suspects working together. And a blood drive happening today at the United Center. It's a partnership with the American Red Cross from 9 to 3. All blood types welcome. O-type blood especially needed. Donors will get a $20 Amazon gift card and sunglasses while supplies last. News, a service of AlmostFreeTeeth.com. What if you could save on average 90% off for dental implants and get 100% of your smile back? With a Blue Cross Blue Shield PPO or FEP, it's possible. Check if you qualify at AlmostFreeTeeth.com. We're checking roads coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560 The Answer.
If you've ever wanted to meet Larry Elder, Hugh Hewitt, Mike Gallagher, or Charlie Kirk, now's your chance. It's AM 560's Terrific Talkers VIP Experience Contest. Enter today for a chance to meet your favorite host and sit in on a live broadcast. The grand prize includes airfare and 3 nights of accommodations. Don't miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Enter today at 560theanswer.com/VIP. That's 560theanswer.com/VIP. Sign up for the AM 560 Answer Advantage to get early alerts on event ticket sales, special discounts, and contest opportunities. Sign up today at 560theanswer.com/advantage.
Perhaps you're a collector, or perhaps all of a sudden you have a collection. Maybe it's an inheritance. How do you know what it's worth? This is Sean Thompson for Donley Auction. The market for antiques and collectibles is changing all the time. What is your collection worth right now? Well, I've got an easy way to find out. It's simple. You contact Donley Auctions. With their worldwide audience of live and in-person auctions, they have a good idea of how to tell you exactly what it's worth at exactly right now. They're ready to put top dollar in your pocket. The bigger the collection, the better. Go to DonleyAuctions.com and get the info on all things that they buy and sell to have an idea of exactly what Donley does and how much they need your collection. They have so many buyers, it's a great time to sell. Just simply make a phone call. Donley has traveled all over the country to pick up collections. Just call and talk to the people at Donley Auctions at 815-923-7000. Donley Auctions is your trusted partner in turning your collections into cash. DonleyAuctions.com.
We all know the importance of good daily habits, whether it's getting your steps in, stretching those limbs, or eating right. Doing it on the regular is key. That's why if you're dealing with everyday aches and pain, it's time to bring Relief Factor into your routine. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that fights pain naturally. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor uses a special formula of 4 natural ingredients. Relief Factor doesn't just mask pain, it helps reduce or even eliminate it. In fact, the longer you take it, the more effective it is. So call 1-800-4-RELIEF and try their 3-week quick start for only $19.95. That's less than $1 a day. Simply call 1-800-4-RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Wherever you're having pain, don't let it keep you from living the life you want. Make Relief Factor part of your daily routine. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF.
Hello, my name is Dr. Michael Huber. I'm one of the co-founders and developers of Virago, the immune enhancement cocktail. Laboratory studies have shown that certain nutraceuticals not only protect the heart, the kidney, and the brain, but also enhance their function. These nutraceuticals are found in Virago. Here's what a Virago user has to say.
Hi, my name is Dan, a retired Navy SEAL, and I have CHF, chronic heart failure, bad circulation, and many other problems with my health. And my VA doctor told me about a product called Virago, and I started taking it, and I was able to get out of the wheelchair. My legs are not swollen anymore. My feet aren't swelling anymore, and it's just really made a lot of difference, and I thank God for it. And I attribute my recovery to using Virago regularly.
Order online at myvirago.com and use coupon code IMMUNE to save 30%. Maha and Virago, making America healthy again.
Sign up for the AM 560 Answer Advantage to get early alerts on event ticket sales, special discounts, and contest opportunities. Sign up today at 560theanswer.com/advantage.
Taking Luke to Drive in the Team Hotberg Traffic Center with traffic, a service of Fox Valley Coins. Eden's inbound Lake Cook to Montrose, a 14-minute ride. On the flip side, outbound Montrose to Lake Cook, 13 minutes. On the Kennedy inbound from O'Hare to Byrne Interchange, 17 minutes. A 29-minute drive on the Kennedy outbound Byrne Interchange to O'Hare. You are slower between Hubbard Street Tunnel and Ontario Street. On the Eisenhower inbound Jane Addams to Old Post Office, 27 minutes. The reverse trip is the same. On the Stevenson inbound from 355 to Lakeshore Drive, just under 25 minutes. You're slow with ramp traffic onto the inbound Dan Ryan from Ashland to the ramp. On the Stevenson outbound from Lakeshore Drive to the Tri-State, 21 minutes. And on the Dan Ryan in and outbound in between 95th and the Byrne Interchange, you're looking at 10 minutes, and that's either way. I'm KT. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Now here's the latest forecast from QC Kinetics.
Today will be mostly sunny with a high of 89. Tonight, expect clear skies with a low of 69. Tomorrow will be hot with a mix of sun and clouds, reaching a high of 91. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Scott Tucker Solutions and his show Retirement Decoded. Sunday mornings at 8. Learn more at scotttuckersolutions.com.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan Proft here, and as we all know, because he told us, the only problem BLM Brandon has created for himself in his first 2 years in office, the only misstep that he's made is to not market all of the good things he's doing properly. So ever since he recognized that when he did his Stop, Look, and Listen, his sort of midterm report, if you will, he has been more vocal. Boy, has he. And he was, again, over the weekend, he did a stop in at a church in Grand Crossing neighborhood. And he was asked about the mass shooting at that nightclub, that rap album release party a couple weeks back. Yeah, and it's disconcerting when you have regression after so much progress.
When you are experiencing progress, the last thing you want is a setback. Now look, 4th of July, same thing with Memorial Day weekend. Both those weekends were less violence than we saw in the previous year.
He's not taking the advice of the Chicago Tribune editorial board. Boy, I don't get to say that very much in an encouraging way. And resisting the temptation to take a victory lap. Slightly less violence than the last couple of holiday weekends in previous years. And this is evidence that his approach to public safety is working. It's actually quite tough to connect those dots. Interestingly, for some reason, ABC7, which got the exclusive, with BLM Brandon. What a get. For some reason, they let this pastor that he was visiting in the Grand Crossing neighborhood chime in. New Life Covenant Church. I'm sorry, who are you again?
And if we really look at the gun issues in America, it's not something that the city needs to deal with. It's something that our federal and our national government has to address.
Pastor, our federal and national government are the same thing. Is there a distinction between the federal and national government? The city doesn't have to deal with, the feds do. No, it's actually quite the opposite. But it's not even that, is it? You know, I mentioned this last week when we were talking about the fallout from that mass shooting. That there's opportunities, even for someone like BLM Brandon, if he had any humility or sense, political sense whatsoever, to go against type, to go off script, and say something actually true. He's in a position, maybe, certainly a better position than a honky like me, to heap some scorn on people that are failing to properly look after their kids. He's in a position to say, let me tell you something. I'm not taking credit for this, to be honest. This is beyond his kin, I understand. But I'm just saying there's an opportunity to do this. Because there actually is somebody who did. Found him and wanted to provide the counterexample. But the opportunity to say, violent crime is down a little bit, murders and shootings, even though we're still, higher than pre-pandemic. And overall violent crime is still a endemic problem in Chicago. Because the bottom line is I can't solve it. I can't solve it. Previous mayors couldn't solve it, and previous city councils, and we're not going to solve it. Because it's not solvable at the city government level. We can do things, as I argued last week and for years, we can do things after the fact to hold people accountable. Not that he's interested in that. He's not interested in saying any of these things, but there's an opportunity for him to do so, and it would be jarring. But no. And so the counterexample, Christopher Bailey is the police chief for the city of Indianapolis, which actually has some real tough neighborhoods and has a long-running violent crime problem. Even on a per capita basis, some years, Indianapolis has even been worse than Chicago when it comes to things like murder per capita. There was a mass shooting on July 4th weekend in Indianapolis, very near the time of the mass shooting in River North here. And I believe 2 young boys were killed in that mass shooting. And I believe that a handful of young boys, talking about teenagers, ultimately were taken into custody over this mass shooting. Here's what Indianapolis Police Chief Chris Bailey had to say about violence in his city.
Hundreds of unsupervised kids down here. I don't know how many times I have to say it. We are not your children's keepers. You are. And parents and guardians have got to step up. A kid is dead tonight. And we just don't know the age of the young man down the street still here, dead. He looks young. It's unacceptable. The police department all night long went from place to place to place, trying to prevent these kind of things. And I gotta be honest, I'm tired of it. You should be tired of it. This is not our job to do this. It is unnecessary. You don't have to act like this. Our officers, half a block away from when before this shooting started, dealing with another group of individuals fighting. We made almost, probably, well, we're still tallying them, about 20 arrests tonight. Recovered guns that I know of before this happened from 2 kids. One of them was an assault rifle stuffed in the front of his pants. Any questions?
Is it going to take other city departments to step up?
No, see, we keep going back to what's the government going to do? What's the city going to do? The city's invested in this. Millions of dollars the city, taxpayers, pay for police overtime to staff this 1 square mile area with, there was a couple hundred cops down here between state police and Capitol Police and IMPD and other police department agencies. Yes, we're going to keep doing our job. The city of Indianapolis, government, the police department is going to continue to do our job. We're not going to solve this. Not just by the police. We made 20 arrests tonight.
Bailey, you're a dad.
Yeah.
What would you say to those parents out there?
I don't understand it. I know where my kids are at all time. So maybe that's maybe I shouldn't be that way. 16-year-old daughter. I cannot imagine letting her roam around down here tonight like she was, like kids were. Unattended, unsupervised, nothing to do.
312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line and text line. That's an unusual statement from a public official in any capacity. We're not going to solve this. Because, whether you're an appointed or an elected, an appointed who serves at the pleasure of the elected, you're supposed to have all the answers. You're looking at the wrong agency, essentially. You're looking at the wrong unit. It's not a city government. It's not a city government problem fundamentally. It's a familial problem fundamentally. It puts it back on people to hold each other accountable in the neighborhood, within your own family structure, your church community, and so forth. We're not going to solve it. Okay, so what's the city going to do? You're not hearing me. Good for him for going right back at that reporter. You have to say it a couple times because we're so oriented, especially in big urban centers in this country, so oriented to say, what's the city going to do? What's the city in conjunction with the state, in conjunction with the feds going to do? Are you going to get more resources from the state to do this thing that the city should be doing? Nope. Can't do it. Not going to solve it. You want us to be janitors? No, that's what we can do. That's what we're going to be relegated to do if you don't solve this problem at the primary level, which is home, and then, frankly, other mediating institutions like schools, which, of course, are catastrophes. Interesting. So comparison, contrast. It's always fun to look around and see how other people are addressing similar problems, isn't it? I mean, at least if you're intellectually curious, it is. The mayor of San Francisco, the newly minted mayor of San Francisco, London Breed, got moved out. And this guy named Daniel Lurie, sort of a independent, outside type of candidate, Democrat, but not running around stoking racial animus or playing Leninist class envy politics like a BLM Brandon or a Mamdani in New York, or frankly most of the other mayors of big cities, Brandon Scott in Baltimore. I could go on. We know their names. Interview that he gave to the Wall Street Journal. I mean, the Daniel Lurie thing, we'll see, because it reads very much like he sort of gives this sort of Rahm Emanuel approach. And the Tiny Dancer had a lot of this same rap, and it turns out that he was a terrible mayor. And for all of his tough talk, he got his ass handed to him by Karen Lewis and the teachers' unions, just like every other mayor has. He was weak, conniving, transactional, not an executive. I know people hearken back to him because it's of recent vintage, and Lightfoot and BLM Brandon have been such catastrophes, but he was no better, really. Just because he came from more sort of professional circles, although, I mean, Lori Lightfoot was a partner at Mayor Brown. It's not like she didn't come from professional circles, White Shoe Law Firm. Anyway, going back to Daniel Lurie. A few years ago, there was blood in the streets of San Francisco, and in some neighborhoods, that wasn't the worst of it. Mayor Daniel Lurie has come close to stepping in human feces on the sidewalk. He says, we all have. That's where we got as a city. It was just commonplace. You just knew that you'd see needles on the street. You'd see people using drugs openly as families took their kids to the bus stop. His breaking point came when he was walking his kids to school in the Mission District. There was a guy that did not have clothes on who was visibly ill, screaming, walking across the street while I'm walking my 12-year-old and 9-year-old to school. This is a moment that every parent, every family, every individual has had in our city. It was a beautiful summer day in San Francisco, and my kids just looked up to me like, what is going on? And it was at that moment where I said, I cannot continue to stand by. Boy, when will a critical mass of Chicagoans come to that moment where I said, I cannot continue to stand by? That's the big question, isn't it? Because I'm sure that this is not dissimilar to a lot of, to the experiences that have been had by a lot of Chicago denizens. And then as you go through this interview, Daniel Lurie is very careful to not get baited into regurgitating the same old talking points from the big city Democrats, and in this context, taking his shots at President Trump and talking about sanctuary cities and so on and so forth. In fact, he's very focused on public safety. This comes across. He calls himself a Democrat, and he says, what about progressive? What about Democrat socialist? I call myself a Democrat. I talk about myself as being common sense. Wants to be part of the common sense counter-revolution. He is determined to avoid the topic of Donald Trump, even though he estimated the potential hit to the city from Trump's decisions could amount to $2 billion. The Wall Street Journal, the person who interviewed him for this Wall Street Journal piece, Max Raskin. I wonder aloud if he's ever said Mr. Trump's name on the record, and Lurie says, you'd have to go back and check it out. I know you're pushing on this, but I don't think that way. I don't come from a political background. I come from being born and raised in San Francisco. He endorsed Proposition 36, a ballot initiative that passed in November, which increased punishment and allows felony charges for more drug and theft crimes, including recriminalization of shoplifting items worth $950 or less. He's made police hiring a priority, but, there are still problems. Yes, violent crime is down, as it is everywhere, but certain neighborhoods still essentially remain no-go zones, even in the central business district. He concedes. He talks about private-public partnerships, the thing that Tiny Dancer used to talk about. This is where I start to, become a little bit more skeptical. He's still the idea that the city is good at these sorts of economic development gambits and partnerships and so forth. But on the flip side, he is courting people who do have private sector wealth to deploy in the city and to help refurbish those areas that have become no-go zones because of the poorly informed ideological decisions of past politicians. As recounted in this interview where Mr. Mamdani castigates billionaires. By the way, I know Mamdani is just like a proxy for every big city mayor in this country and a lot of blue state governors. I'll say that again. Please identify the daylight for me between BLM Brandon's policy decisions and political positions and Jelly Belly's policy decisions and political positions and Mamdani's. Slight rhetorical differences, but otherwise there's almost no daylight. So Mamdani has just become like a proxy for the Democrat socialist, really, which is to say neo-Marxist, that dominates that party. Anyway, back to the interview. Whereas Mr. Mamdani castigates billionaires, Mr. Lurie courts them. Everyone from Laurene Powell Jobs to Joni Ive is getting involved in partnerships. He's got a former CFO of Twitter and so on and so forth. So he's, trying to elevate the talent level, bring in people that have bandwidth to at least work with the city to try to improve conditions on the ground. I mean, it's obviously an improvement over what was going on under London Breed, but we'll see. But his rhetorical approach is as interesting as anything he's doing from a policy perspective. I'm just going to focus on being a problem solver. I may not agree with all of his approaches to problem solving, but at least he's focusing on being a common sense problem solver rather than being a race hustling demagogue. That alone would be a refreshing turn of events in Chicago and Illinois. Tim in Woodstock.
Hi, good morning, Dan. Hey, thanks for covering Chris Bailey. I listened to him shortly after this had happened, and it was really a breath of fresh air to listen to him. Of course, that's what Mayor Johnson and other black leaders should sound like, but they don't. Instead they want to point to the federal government should come in and do something. The United Nations should come in and do something for crying out loud, I guess. But
right.
But Bailey said that parents are dumping 5 and 6 kids. Later in that interview, he was doing 5 and 6 kids at a time out the door. So these are kids with no driver's license. Apparently, they're that young, and Uber drivers are dropping kids off downtown Indianapolis buses. And it's a thing, and I don't know if it's every night, but it's certainly every weekend, this half square mile or so. And black fatigue is a thing, and if it makes it, if they want to call someone like me, or if you go on YouTube, there are just scores of blacks making videos and talking about it, that they're tired of it. They've just had it, and it really comes down to, and I think you've use this expression, the soft racism of the low expectations. And Chris Bailey's had it, and he expects better from black parents, and so should Johnson and these other black leaders.
Yeah.
So I just ask, who's the real racist in this situation?
Thanks for the call, Tim. Well, I mean, to hear a pastor, like the pastor that got platformed because BLM Brandon visited his church, John Hanna is his name. The New Life Covenant Church. So you're the pastor of a church, and your response to family disintegration, the lack of kids, the kids not being supervised, poor quality schools, is to say the federal government should do something about it. You're the head of one of these platoons of democracy, one of these mediating, civilizing institutions that is supposed to be a transmitter of social mores. You're supposed to be in the business of inculcating the cardinal virtues into people's personal ethoses. And you're talking about what the federal government is going to do about gun crime in Chicago? George in Naperville.
Yes, Dan, Chicago doesn't need parents. They have violence interrupters.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Yes, that's the sarcasm noted.
It's what Chicago is talking about. It's Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy on AM 560. The Answer.
You need a construction company, but who?
Call Crosscom.
A construction company you can trust that shares your Christian and conservative values. For decades, Crosscom has been doing work in Chicagoland, Northwest Indiana, and Wisconsin. Roofs, siding, windows, doors, gutters, basically everything for your home or business, even solar. Quality work and professional services that make you feel great about your decision to work with Crosscom.
Call Crosscom.
630-871-5500. Give them a chance to earn your business. If your repairs are due to storm, fire, or flood damage, you need to
call Crosscom.
They're licensed public adjusters. They work for you, not the insurance company. Crosscom will work to get you the money you deserve, the maximum payout. They know the insurance companies and how to deal with them. They win for you.
Call Crosscom.
Crosscom Construction and Public Adjusters.
This is Dan Lights with Crosscom. You can trust us with your home or business for high quality work and fair prices. It's the only way we do business.
630-871-5500. CrosscomPublicAdjusters.com.
Sponsored by AxeCap Ventures. America, listen up. Gold prices are breaking records. With inflation raging and central banks hoarding, every American should own gold. And like President Trump said, whoever holds the gold makes the rules. AxeCap Ventures owns one of Nevada's largest undeveloped gold deposits and trades for pennies on the dollar. This could be your way to ride the gold boom. AxeCap trades under GARLF on the OTC. Visit axecapventures.ca today.
AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan Proft here. Coming up at 6:36. The Me Too is not over. Me Too era, not over. Just ask one former now Oak Park River Forest High School teacher. We'll bring you the case of Aaron Podolner at 6:36. Now we check the headline.
Good morning, 69 degrees in Chicago and AM 560 The Answer. In the AlmostFreeTeeth.com newsroom, I'm John Cruz. Plenty of sun today, a little muggy and foggy near Aurora, but a high of 78 today. The death toll now at 132 in Texas due to flooding from July 4th. Dozens still missing. Sunday rains threatening residents once again, but the river rose just a few feet, nothing compared to 30-plus feet from last week. President Trump standing behind Attorney General Pam Bondi over the weekend after she was criticized during a conference. The backlash over the Justice Department's decision not to release more records from the Epstein files. In a social media post, Trump saying, quote, "Let Pam Bondi do her job. She's great," end quote, while claiming Hillary Clinton and President Obama, among others, created the Epstein files. And a man charged in connection with an apartment building fire that killed 4 people in Chicago's Austin neighborhood, facing a judge for a detention hearing over the weekend. Lontre Clark is accused of starting the fire after a domestic dispute with his ex-girlfriend. Prosecutors say surveillance video shows him lighting the fire that claimed 4 lives. News, a service of AlmostFreeTeeth.com. What if you could save on average 90% off for dental implants and get 100% of your smile back? With a Blue Cross Blue Shield PPO or FEP, it's possible. Check if you qualify at AlmostFreeTeeth.com. A check of the roads coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560 The Answer.
If you've ever wanted to meet Larry Elder, Hugh Hewitt, Mike Gallagher, or Charlie Kirk, now's your chance. It's AM 560's Terrific Talkers VIP Experience Contest. Enter today for a chance to meet your favorite host and sit in on a live broadcast. The grand prize includes airfare and 3 nights of accommodations. Don't miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Enter today at 560theanswer.com/VIP. That's 560theanswer.com/VIP.
Chicagoland certified financial planning professional Tim Stearns discusses taxes in retirement.
Most people are paying more in taxes and keeping less of their money to live and do what they enjoy. That's why we've put out the retirement tax bill calculator online. You can see with your own eyes just how much you might be overpaying. It's a valuable tool, $500 value, but we made it free for you to view and run your own numbers at MVPCFP.com. That's MVPCFP.com.
To run your retirement tax bill calculator, go to MVPCFP.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Cornerstone Securities
LLC.
A software test automation engineer sought by Paychex North America Incorporated in Naperville, Illinois, to perform software coding and implementation tasks related to building SOA service regression, test harness, automated test scripts, and internal IT tools. May telecommute but must be in office 2 to 3 days a week. The salary is $138,000 to $143,000 per year with standard benefits. Apply to SGOSSIN at paychex.com and reference job ID SR301.
Ross Shaw talks about building income in retirement.
You know, you can actually structure it in a way to have that $4,000 a month coming in the door every single month. So you don't have to look at the stock ticker and say, oh, the stock market's up today, stock market's down. You still got that $4,000 a month, and having that opportunity to take the vacations and do all the fun things in retirement that you always dream to do.
Unleash Your Wealth, Saturday at 7 a.m. and 2 p.m. on AM 560, The Answer.
Salem News Channel is America's fastest growing conservative TV network.
It's an absolute crazy day.
Home to the largest lineup of free speech champions anywhere. Delivering in-depth insight and unapologetic opinion on today's biggest news stories.
Americans aren't going to put up with this anymore.
SNC brings you the news that matters, told with integrity and clarity. Watch Salem News Channel free 24/7 on your television. Stream now on Pluto TV.
Viking, dedicated to creating travel experiences for the thinking person, with programs designed for cultural enrichment on board and on shore. Discover more at Viking.com.
Taking a look at your drive in the Team Hochberg Traffic Center with traffic, a service of Blindster.com. On the Edens inbound Lake Cook to Montrose, 14 minutes. Outbound Montrose to Lake Cook, also 14 minutes. On the Kennedy inbound, 25 minutes. O'Hara to the Burn Interchange. Inbound Montrose to the Burn Interchange, we're looking at 13 minutes. On the outbound Kennedy Burn Interchange to O'Hara, 35 minutes. That's a 12-minute delay. You are heavier between California and Costner Avenues. Eisenhower inbound Jane Addams to the Old Post Office, 31 minutes. The reverse trip, the same. Now on the Stevenson inbound, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, you're looking at just under 26 minutes. You are slow with the ramp traffic onto the inbound Dan Ryan, slow from Ashland to that ramp. The Stevenson outbound Lakeshore Drive to the Tri-State, 25 minutes. And on the Dan Ryan inbound, 95th to the Burn Interchange, 12 minutes. 10 minutes outbound Burn Interchange to 95th. I'm KT. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Now here's the latest forecast from QC Kinetics.
Today will be mostly sunny with a high of 89 and clear skies tonight with a low of 69. Tomorrow, expect hot weather with a mix of sun and clouds and a high of 91. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com.
This hourly segment is brought to you by In the Know with Craig Bolanos, powered by VestGen Wealth Partners, Sunday morning at 10 on AM 560 The Answer.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios.
If you're looking for the latest news, insight into what it means, and the sharpest opinion, there's only one station in Chicago where you can turn, and it's this one. We're AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan Proft here. Me Too at OPRF. This is an unusual story. Well, in some respects. You know, Oak Park River Forest High School, not a big fan, not a very good school. I know that will come as a shock to the wealthy denizens of River Forest and Oak Park, but, well, the numbers are the numbers. And you don't want to look at the numbers. You just want to remember Oak Park River Forest High School the way that it was when you went there 30 years ago. It's not that way anymore. Acting upon the recommendation of Superintendent Greg Johnson, the Oak Park and River Forest High School District Board of Ed voted 6-0, I should say, with one abstention, to fire veteran physics teacher Aaron Podolner during a special meeting last week. Podolner had been suspended on paid leave since late November after a female student accused him of inappropriately touching her. The allegation was referred to DCFS. In January, a DCFS investigation concluded the allegation was unfounded. But he was fired? Wait, the allegation is unfounded, meaning it's not credible, meaning DCFS investigators don't believe it's true, and he's fired anyway? He said he was disappointed because both the DCFS and Oak Park Police investigated the allegation and determined it was unfounded. So he'll be appealing the board's decision. Speaking of where you go to get your reputation back, this is why we have due process, I thought, and even at the sort of the norms of due process at mediating institutions like government schools we were just talking about. Oak Park spokeshuman, all parties were interviewed by police detectives and DCFS. Nothing was found to substantiate the allegations, but he was fired anyway. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. Why? 6-0. Why? His attorney, talking about the teacher, Podolner, if it's unfounded, that means they found no credible evidence. Right. It's literally the dictionary definition. So how you interpret that as a lawyer is that they didn't find the girl to be credible. Also, there were 3 other students there. Not one of them saw it. This gets better and better. The accusation is that Podolner touched a girl's behind. And so now the appeals process moves forward because he wants his job back. I guess he's been with the school for a long time, too. He grew up in Oak Park. He graduated from OPRF in 96. He's taught there since graduating from Kalamazoo College in 2000. He was awarded the prestigious Golden Apple Award for Outstanding Teacher in 2004. And he appeared in the 2018 documentary America to Me, which was about race relations in the school. That was that limited series, docu-series that was produced by Steve James, who produced Hoop Dreams, one of the producers in Hoop Dreams. And yeah, I remember watching it and commenting on it, and the comment was, if you think OPRF is a good school, you may want to check out America to Me, because I don't know if they thought that was going to put OPRF in a positive light, but if that's what they intended, it was not accomplished. But here's the thing about Podolner. So he was there for 25 years, or 24, since I guess this allegation occurred last year, and he was put on leave in November. Outstanding Teacher Award 2004. I mean, and one allegation that was found to be unfounded, not credible. You had apparently witnesses present at the time this incident allegedly occurred who didn't see the incident alleged, and the board votes 6-0 to fire him. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. The attorney for Podolner, I understand why the board fired him, because politically they don't have a choice. They don't? How's that? They don't have a choice but to fire someone who is the subject of an allegation that police and DCFS found not to be credible. They have no choice but to fire him because of the nature of the allegation. This is the problem with the Me Too movement, and apparently it persists. The allegation is enough. You're supposed to believe the accuser in spite of the evidence or lack thereof. Very Soviet. And that was always the problem. Not that anybody wants to sanction sexual misconduct. It's that you have to, when you make a serious allegation like that, it has to be proven. What a concept. This is Podolner's attorney. I understand why the board fired him because politically they don't have a choice. What kind of covering up for political cowardice is that? God, these school boards aren't bad enough, and now we're saying it's okay to railroad somebody who taught there for 25 years. He goes on. By the way, this attorney is Glink, I think, from Ansel Glink, a big municipal law firm. He goes on, does Counselor Glink. If a student comes in there and says a teacher groped me and they don't fire him, you know where that goes. So I think they did what they felt they had to do. No, I don't know where that goes. If a student walks in and says a teacher groped him, it goes to an investigation of the student's claim. We've never heard of false claims before? Of course we have. I mean, student makes a serious charge like that, it definitely should be investigated, and it was by police and Child and Family Services. Not credible. But they had to do what they had to do? No, they didn't. What a message that sends. I can't believe this isn't getting more play. I can't believe, I don't know, maybe there are people rallying to this guy's defense, unless that somehow he was the source of whispers for years and years until this brave girl came forward to make an allegation that, was consistent with the rumors about him, but there's no evidence of that. Not that that would be legitimate either. 25 years and all of a sudden he's, trying to prey on a high school girl? That seems unlikely. And by the way, the evidence suggests it's not only unlikely, it didn't happen. They had to do what they had to do, because if somebody's innocent, you can't exonerate them. You have to railroad them because the allegation is too serious. That's what your school board is doing, and your superintendent in tow? Boy, what a standard of conduct OPRF is radiating out to their families and the world. Yeah. Sorry, the allegations too serious. Too much political heat. Well, I mean, is it? I don't know who the girl is or the family. I mean, not like I would say her name, but I'm just suggesting maybe this is an influential parent, or it's a government school. I mean, it's not like it's a critical donor. Bizarre. It's bizarre. I mean, I guess we should be used to this because of some of the excesses of the Me Too era, but I don't know. You can never get used to this. And I don't know this guy's politics or anything. This is just wrong, based on the recitation of the facts that we have here from the Tribune. This is wrong. And by the way, what kind of message does this send to teachers and students alike? So you have high school students who are now aware of this story, and basically, like, if they have a problem with the teacher, they can just make an allegation against them, and if it's serious enough, no matter if it's invented, they'll get that teacher fired. I mean, I'm tough on government schools and a lot of the teachers' unions and their flacks and their indoctrinators in these schools, but it doesn't mean that I support somebody getting railroaded like this. This is wrong. And I'm surprised that I'm not hearing more of a hue and cry from Oak Park and River Forest parents. Julie, Southside.
Yes, good morning, Dan. I am currently a teacher for Chicago, and I just want to say that I am absolutely appalled. But I have seen this with Chicago. I have seen teachers that have, allegations that come up and they are dismissed. But yet I also find that allegations within our school system that have been proven, the teacher's still on the salary and nothing happens.
Yeah, it goes both ways, right? It goes both ways. It's the wrong way going both ways. Yeah, perfect. Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. you have to protect yourself as a teacher. I mean, one false claim and your career is over. Over.
Thanks for the call, Julie. Yeah, I mean, this is this is not right, and this board of ed should be held to account by parents. It's not this. I mean, I feel bad for this guy. Unless somebody has compelling information that is not included in this report, but again, you've got police and DCFS. That's a lot in your. Those are two big arrows in his quiver here in terms of the credibility of his position that he didn't do anything and he's being wrongly terminated. And there's one other thing I was going to get to, but I'll let Nancy from Park Ridge get to it. Nancy.
No, so I'm formerly of Oak Park River Forest parents. Yeah, and what you're going to say is what I was going to bring up. Read a little further in the article because Podner was the Jewish student advisor. So that is the third teacher they've run out of there that supports Jewish students.
Interesting. Thank you for that call, Nancy. Yes, he was the faculty sponsor of the OPRF Jewish Student Connection Club, and worked with former OPRF teacher Jessica Stovall, who was also featured in the America to Me documentary, in an effort to form a discussion group about racial equity at the school. I mean, so it sounds like he's, very much on the identitarian program, but that is an interesting wrinkle in these times, given what institutions dominated by the left, like Oak Park River Forest High School is, given their posture towards non-self-loathing Jews, I guess is the best way to put it. Something else just to put into the discussion, since I've been critical of the school. I bet if I asked Oak Park River Forest, if I surveyed Oak Park River Forest High School families, they wouldn't come close to getting these numbers correct. Very much like you talk to New Trier or Barrington parents, all these supposedly great government schools. OPRF, wealthy, spend a boatload per pupil, blank check orientation in terms of the school's leadership and the school board. So what percentage of OPRF students do you think read at grade level? What percentage do you think do math at grade level? I'm sure. Well, like everybody graduates, they all go on to college, so must be doing a great job. The America to Me celebrating their diversity. Wasn't Oak Park River Forest High School where they had the blacks only student assembly at the behest of one administrator a few years back? I think it was. So how's identitarian politics working out at OPRF? How's it working out for Aaron Podolner, I wonder? Well, in terms of the performance, because you remember, that's what the government schools, that's what school is supposed to be about academic development, intellectual, social development of the kids. And that includes core skills like reading and math. You're with me here. This is not too difficult to follow, is it? 64% of Oak Park River Forest students are proficient in reading, 55% proficient in math, 95% graduate. Of course they do. They're in tribute to their diversity, the spreads, reading proficiency, 77% reading proficiency among white students, 26% black students. Math, 67% proficiency among white students, 17% proficiency among black students. How's that identitarian orthodoxy working out for you? By the way, State Board of Education data. So you can dismiss it as you see fit. Cover your ears in Oak Park and River Forest. Lee and Hammond.
Yeah, hi, Dan. I remember back during the Obama administration, it was on your radio station, as a matter of fact, one of the hosts talked about Obama's contacting districts all over the country wanting equity on the amount of expulsions that were going on among racial groups. He wanted equity in expulsions. We had a family member we were contacted who was going to be expelled. When we went to the meeting at the school about it, we were told that the counselor told us he had to meet his quota, and he was going to expel 15 students from that school. Our family member had no prior history of any kind of problem. It was an allegation made by somebody, they wouldn't even mention who it was. There was no staff that was actually a witness to this. And when I contacted a civil rights attorney about it, I was told that schools don't follow the Constitution. Basically, you're at the whatever mercy it'll extend to you. And apparently, in this case, there was none. It was just a quota thing.
Yeah, right.
So, no evidence, no witnesses, no nothing. Just everybody's got to make sure it looks good on paper.
Thanks for the call, Lee. Yeah, no, I mean, that's the same thing at the collegiate level. Remember, we talked about this a lot. Biased response teams and the you have to prove your innocence. I mean, all of these great protectors of our democracy in education run around congratulating themselves when they're not participating in sing-ins about federal employees being riffed. They're protecting our democracy from fascism and authoritarianism. And meanwhile, they're part of institutions that don't believe in due process. Well, they don't practice it. They're not, I mean, I'm not holding to the standards of criminal courts, but as I said, it's the norms of a free society, and due process is one of those norms, except in government school systems. And it's not as bad as it was, thanks to Trump and the counter-revolution against identitarianism in the form of DEI policies and so forth. But it still persists. I mean, the inertia is massive in that direction and was basically left unchecked for decades. So it's a lot to unwind. And Aaron Podolner is finding that out in River Forest, Oak Park River Forest, perhaps.
The more you listen, the more you'll know. This is Chicago's Morning Answer. Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
This is Seth Leibson for townhall.com. Elon Musk is starting a third party, evidently, seemingly out of pique with Donald Trump. About this, a few things. Good luck with it having any traction whatsoever. When a strong conservative is picking up the pieces and cobbling together a new coalition of conservatives and former Democrats, one John Anderson tried to run against him with a message of social liberalism and economic austerity, just like Musk. We remember Ronald Reagan. John Anderson is a distant memory, if of any memory. Second, to quote the polling expert at CNN last week, quote, Republicans love Donald Trump the way Americans love Disney World, close quote. In fact, no Republican president has had higher approval from within his own party to date. So where's Musk going to garner activists and voters? From the Democratic Party that has been lambasting him and protesting him like few they've ever attacked before? Independents? The No Labels movement has been around for 15 years and has won exactly nothing. Same for Andrew Yang's Forward Party. We shouldn't be too worried about this new windmill Elon Musk is charging. I'm Seth Leibson.
Why don't we do one of those one-day bathroom remodels?
Well, because I don't want a generic bathroom that looks like it belongs at a campsite.
Fair. I'd love something that fits us. A bigger shower, safety grab bars, better lighting, heated floors.
Let's go with Forever Remodeling. There's no templates. Every design is unique and exactly what we want.
At Forever Remodeling, no two bathrooms are ever the same. Visit Forever Remodeling today at foreverremodeling.com. That's the number 4everremodeling.com. And tell them AM 560 sent you.
Hear sound teaching from God's Word from Dr. David Jeremiah on Turning Point. Each weekday morning at 9:30 on our sister station, AM 1160. Hope for your life. AM 560. The Answer.
At 7:07, we'll circumnavigate the globe geopolitically with Stephen Bucci. It is now 7 o'clock, 560 WIND.
He's very disappointed with Russia's leader.
I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. That's what President Trump says ahead of a meeting this morning with the head of NATO, readying more military aid for Ukraine. Fox's Peter Doocy's at the White House.
The Russians keep getting more and more aggressive, so now President Trump is teasing a 1-2 punch to hit Putin where it hurts. Some new sanctions for Russia, some new weapons for Ukraine. The new plan is for the U.S. to send weapons to NATO and for NATO to reimburse the United States for the cost of these weapons on their way to Ukraine.
I haven't agreed on the number yet, but they're going to have some because they do need protection. But the European Union is paying for it.
This as the U.S. Special Envoy Keith Kellogg visits Ukraine today, holding talks with President Volodymyr Zelensky, who just said they were productive. China might not like this, but the U.S. and 18 other countries are playing war games in Australia, the biggest joint military drills there ever. They're in mourning in Massachusetts, where a fire ripped through an assisted living facility last night, killing 9 people, injuring dozens more. Fall River Fire Chief Jeffrey Bacon says it could have been worse.
The police department, fire department, and EMS were able to enact dozens of rescues to save multiple lives.
3 people, including a state trooper, recovering in Lexington, Kentucky, the day after a gunman fled a traffic stop, stole a car, then drove to a church and shot 2 women dead and wounded 2 others until police killed him. More heavy rain, more flooding in Texas, but nothing like the disaster more than a week ago in the Kerrville area, where Fox Weather's Katie Byrne reports.
Mandatory evacuations about 80 miles north of us, with rivers and creeks once again rising quickly. Texas Governor Greg Abbott confirmed dozens of Texans were rescued in the Lampasas area there. By yesterday afternoon, though, crews here were told they could resume the search for so many still missing from last weekend's flash flooding that claimed the lives of 129 people. That search is still happening in miles of riverbanks and in the water.
America's listening to Fox News.
WIND, Chicago.
Good morning. It's 70 degrees in Chicago on AM 560 The Answer. I'm John Cruz in the Quick Delivery Service newsroom. It'll be a pool day, lots of sunshine today and tomorrow, high around 80. A teenager shot at a Northside soccer complex. Police say that shooting started as a robbery, but witnesses added it stemmed from an argument earlier. Those witnesses say the suspect, another teen, got angry, grabbed a gun from his bag, and allegedly shot the victim in the upper body and arm. He's currently in critical condition. No suspects arrested yet. Another incident involving a teenager who was shot on Sunday night while riding an ATV in Chicago's Auburn Gresham neighborhood. That shooting reported around 6 p.m. According to police, a 17-year-old boy was riding that ATV when an unknown suspect fired multiple shots in his direction. He was hit in the right arm and taken to an area hospital in good condition. No one in custody as of last night. Firefighters checking for hot spots after an early morning house fire in the south suburbs. This happened about 5:30 this morning in the 2000 block of Vermont Street and Blue Island. No injuries reported. Fire crews still on the scene investigating what sparked that fire. A woman recovering from a shooting overnight in East Lakeview. Police say at least 2 suspects tried to rob her, instead struggled with her and shot her, then drove away in a silver SUV. She's recovering at a hospital in good condition. Belmont investigators still looking for those shooters. And nearly 20 years after the White Sox World Series win, the former MVP coming out this weekend to celebrate with teammates. Jermaine Dye, now 51 years old, came out as part of the World Series Championship reunion weekend. In addition to honoring the unforgettable championship team of 2005, the reunion also highlighting the present-day Sox, the team only making the playoffs 3 times since 2005. This news update delivered to you by Quick Delivery Service. Visit quickdelivery.com when you need same-day delivery, local delivery when you need it from safe, licensed professionals. Go to quickdelivery.com now to schedule your delivery. A check of the roads coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560 The Answer.
Larry Elder. The Larry Elder Show.
Dow Jones, S&P, NASDAQ, all 3 major indices hitting record highs. The hopeful passage of the big, beautiful bill, lower regulations, inflation has been tamed. I don't know. It just doesn't sound to me like we're on the verge of a recession, let alone a depression, which some people have predicted.
The Larry Elder Show. Weeknights at 8, right before Sean Hannity at 10 on AM 560. The Answer.
If you're purchasing a new home and working with Rocket Mortgage, listen very closely. Carly, 54, first-time home buyer, income 65 G's a year. Contacted Rocket Mortgage for a mortgage. Rocket locked her into a 25-year fixed FHA loan at 6.125%, which sounds great until I reviewed Rocket's loan documents. Carly didn't know Rocket placed her into a 25-year fixed loan, not a 30-year fixed loan like she wanted. Carly also didn't know Rocket Mortgage charged her over $5,000 to lower her rate. I explained why I thought it wasn't in her financial best interest to buy down the rate, and that's why Team Hochberg, not Rocket Mortgage, will be helping Carly with her mortgage. Let's review. Rocket Mortgage placed Carly into a loan she didn't want and didn't understand why Rocket charged her to secure a lower rate. If you want to work with a lender you can trust, give us a call now at 855-563-2843 or visit 56david.com. 855-563-2843 or visit our website 56david.com. Lower.com, equal housing lender, MLS 1124061.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6745. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6745. That's 800-575-6745.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
We all know the importance of good daily habits, whether it's getting your steps in, stretching those limbs, or eating right. Doing it on the regular is key. That's why if you're dealing with everyday aches and pain, it's time to bring Relief Factor into your routine. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that fights pain naturally. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor uses a special formula of 4 natural ingredients. Relief Factor doesn't just mask pain, it helps reduce or even eliminate it. In fact, the longer you take it, the more effective it is. So call 1-800-4-RELIEF and try their 3-week quick start for only $19.95. That's less than $1 a day. Simply call 1-800-4-RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Wherever you're having pain, don't let it keep you from living the life you want. Make Relief Factor part of your daily routine. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF.
Taking a look at your drive in the Team Hochberg Traffic Center with traffic and service of almostfreeteeth.com. Eden's inbound, Lake Cook to Montrose, 17 minutes. 14 minutes outbound Montrose to Lake Cook. On the Kennedy inbound, O'Hare to Byrne Interchange, 42 minutes. Vehicle fire cleanup going on the Kennedy inbound off-ramp at Lawrence Avenue. Inbound Montrose to Byrne Interchange, 24 minutes. On the Kennedy outbound Byrne Interchange to O'Hare, 39 minutes. That is a 16-minute delay on the Eisenhower inbound Jane Addams to Old Post Office, 45 minutes. 13-minute delay with a reported crash. Eisenhower outbound Old Post Office to Jane Addams. You're looking at 42 minutes on the Stevenson inbound, 355 to Lakeshore, 35 minutes. Slower Harlem to Kedzie Avenue. Stevenson outbound Lakeshore Drive to the Tri-State, 28 minutes. On the Dan Ryan inbound 95th to Byrne Interchange, 14 minutes. 11 minutes outbound Byrne Interchange to 95th. I'm KT. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Now here's the latest forecast from QC Kinetics.
Today will be mostly sunny with a high of 89 and clear skies tonight with a low of 69. Tomorrow, expect hot weather with a mix of sun and clouds and a high of 91. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Health Quest Radio with Dr. David Kolbaba. Saturday mornings at 11. Visit healthquestradio.com.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan Proft here, and we didn't really get to it in depth. Talking about Tucker Carlson's interview with Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian. He received a lot of criticism for that interview to Tucker Carlson because it was perceived to be a rather softball interview in which you got completely uncredible answers to questions like the regime's posture of promoting death to America.
Many Americans are afraid of Iran. You say you're not afraid, but Americans are afraid of Iran. And they believe that Iran would like to strike the United States with a nuclear weapon. They see video of Iranians saying death to America, describing our country as the great Satan. What is your opinion of that? Should we be afraid of Iran?
I believe that this is a very wrong impression that anybody might have of Iran or the Iranians. I would like to remind you that Iran has never invaded another country in the last 200 years. When they say death to the United States, it doesn't mean death to, they don't mean death to the people of the United States or even to the officials of the United States. They mean death to crimes, death to killing and carnage, death to supporting killing others, death to insecurity.
I was impressed that Tucker was able to keep from laughing. Yeah, death to America could be interpreted so many different ways. Death to killing others. So you're opposed to killing others. You want to explain the Marine barracks bombing in 83? That wasn't asked. And on fatwas and assassination attempts against Trump, there's an Iranian plot that was spoiled last year. Assassination plot. Well, this was the answer to that question.
2 Iranian Ayatollahs have issued fatwas against Donald Trump. What does that mean exactly, and what do you think of it?
To the best of my knowledge, they have not issued decrees or fatwas against any individual or against Donald Trump. And first off, it has nothing to do with the Iranian government or to His Eminence, the Supreme Leader of Iran. Or what they actually meant by the fatwa was in condemnation of an insult to a religion or religious personalities, and they were actually saying that this is deplorable, this is unacceptable. So it was not directed towards the U.S. president or any other individual, and there might be people with their own ideas and opinions, but I can assure you that the meaning of this fatwa should not be construed or considered as a threat against any individual.
Has Iran ever backed an assassination attempt against Donald Trump?
This is actually what Netanyahu is trying to insinuate and to make your people or the president of your country to believe. But this is wrong because Netanyahu, as I said, has its own agenda. It wants to drag the U.S. into forever wars, as I said, and to bring more insecurity, instability, and unrest to the whole region.
Yeah. No, right. The assassination attempts are just a fever dream of Benjamin Netanyahu. I tell you, this guy could be he sounds like Nicole Hannah-Jones talking about theft as symbolic takings. It's the spin is really something. On that last score, he wasn't pressed on it really beyond the predicate question. So no fatwas, it's just been and no assassination attempts. The Middle East Media Research Institute reporting that an Iranian movement has raised more than $40 million for the assassination of President Donald Trump. As the country's senior religious clerics, who this is not coming from, according to the Iranian president, the senior religious clerics in Iran, every cell of resistance in the West is charged with carrying out this sentence. Iranian leaders recently issued 2 death warrants against Trump, deemed him an enemy of Allah who must be killed. Those calls prompted the creation of a new organization dubbed the Blood Covenant, which claims to have raised nearly $40.3 million for the president's assassination. The Blood Covenant, as it's called, operates under the aegis of the Iranian regime. So then there's that. even as at the same time the Iranians want to reopen negotiations about their nuclear program, but only if there's a promise that there'll be no more American strikes against said nuclear program. For more on this topic and many others, actually, today, Stephen Bucci joins us. He served America for 3 decades as an Army Special Forces officer and top Pentagon official, now a visiting fellow in the Heritage Foundation's Allison Center for Foreign Policy Studies. Stephen, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
It's always my pleasure to be back on the show. Thanks for having me.
That was, that was some effort at agitprop from the Iranian president there, Mr. Pezeshkian. But where do things actually stand between the United States and Iran in the wake of the strikes and the suggestion that talks may resume?
Well, first of all, this guy is, at Baghdad Bob levels of delusional lying to say that, well, we say death to America, but that's not really what we mean.
Yeah.
First of all, that feeds perfectly into the minds of a lot of folks here in America, because I remember hearing that after 9/11. Well, we shouldn't really try and attack Al-Qaeda. That they don't really mean that they want to kill all of us. No, that's exactly what they said, and that's exactly what they did on 9/11, and they still wanted to do it afterwards. This is the same deal here.
I remember, sorry to interrupt, but I remember, the Obama administration's posture was that they all just needed middle manager jobs at tech companies and then they'd stop.
Yeah, exactly. It's crazy. So, I understand why the Iranians are saying this, because it's worked before. I don't think it's going to work with this administration or the majority of the American people any longer. We know these guys want to kill us. They're back on their heels right now because of what Israel has done to their proxies and to them. And then, the coup de grace being our attack there on their buried nuclear sites. They badly want some respite so that they can both start the program again with whatever is left. We don't know exactly what that is yet. And to get, to try and reopen the windows of heaven that Barack Obama opened, Trump closed, and Biden reopened again, and now they're closed again, because that's the only way they can survive.
So we don't have that assessment of the impact of the airstrikes yet. That we're still waiting for that. Then we don't know what's left of their nuclear program, if anything.
That we don't know publicly. I hope the government is starting to get closer and closer to knowing, with the help of Israeli, human intelligence. But
so I mean, just starting from that premise, is there anything we have to discuss at this moment with the Iranians?
I don't think so. No. Unless it's them say, hey, come in, let's do a transparent inspection, not just use intelligence. Come in, look at everything. That would be something that we'd be willing to talk to them about, and probably even help them start moving rubble away. That sort of thing. We could help with that. Look, we don't want a war with Iran. If we'd wanted a war with Iran, we could have hit a lot more targets than just the nuclear sites. This was a one-time strike to remove those threatening facilities. We did it. Now we're done. But we're going to watch them. And we've told them, you start again, we're going to hit you again. The Israelis have said that. Yeah, we think we got everything, but we're going to watch them. And if we see any evidence, the strikes are going to start, even though we've said we've got a peace agreement, because that would be a violation of the peace agreement for them to start that program again. But the Iranians are, they are master liars. If you ask anybody from that region, that the leadership of Iran, particularly this administration, have been the best negotiators, which is another way of saying the best liars in that part of the world, for the whole region. Nobody wants to negotiate with them because they know they're going to lose.
Well, I mean, I got to say, Pezeshkian, not the most impressive liar I've ever heard. It was very convincing.
Agreed. He's taken the route, the Baghdad Bob route of, no, don't believe what you see, believe what I'm telling you. And we're going, dude, there's a tank behind you.
Mm-hmm.
This is the same level of that.
Mostly peaceful Iran. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly.
I want to get to your take on the state of affairs in Ukraine. I mean, the Wall Street Journal reporting over the weekend, never-ending supply of drones has frozen the front lines in Ukraine. There's more sort of talk about this ending badly in the not-too-distant future. And then in the Pentagon, the Pentagon's top policy guy, Elbridge Colby, penned a memo that pushes to refocus U.S. military on countering China and away from arms requests that Ukraine is making, despite what the president said about the need to rearm Ukraine because Putin is, turns out, not a good faith negotiator. Where does it stand on both counts of the additional arms to Ukraine to support their efforts to at least hold the Russians at bay, and frankly, the prospect that they'll be able to hold the Russians at bay from taking Kiev for very much longer?
It's not looking good in my mind. Our cutoff of support for that, the logistical support, not sending American troops, not sending American aircraft with our pilots in it, but the logistical support has been what's allowed Ukraine to continue the fight. If the decision is made with finality that we're going to not do that anymore, Ukraine's in deep trouble, and we will have thrown a massive lifeline to Vladimir Putin, who, frankly, is not at the top of his game. His military is been shown to be pretty useless, except against a much smaller opponent that he's just pummeled for years now. This is just not the time to back off. I don't think we should accelerate, like start sending American troops, anything like that. But I also don't think we have to. We could continue to support them logistically. I think if there's a problem with our supplies that we're worried about being able to fight China and supply this, well, maybe we need to crank up the defense industrial base. Making ammunition is not the same as building tanks and ships. We could crank up the ammunition outflow relatively easily compared to, we need another 10 naval vessels. That's going to take us a while. So we need to figure out, President Trump needs to figure out what the policy is. With all due respect to the Pentagon policy people, that he's a great guy. He was a great choice for it, but he doesn't make the decisions, right? President Trump does. And we need to know what that decision is so that we can weigh in publicly as to whether the American people thinks that's the right decision or not. But right now, we're kind of left in the dark. We're not sure. We know he's getting impatient with Putin, and should, because Putin's a liar and he's not a good negotiating partner. He's right in there with the Iranians. And they're not the 10 feet tall giants we used to think they are, but we got to decide how much we want to put on the table as we play this game.
The Journal, again, opining on the state of America's defense, saying that despite the gaudy $1 trillion defense budget for FY 2026, that actually Trump isn't rebuilding the military. They write the B-2 bombers are nearly 30 years old. The U.S. has only 19 of them in service. The military is in worse shape than President Trump claims, and he's ducking the second-term rearmament he promised. So they argue, and they take shipbuilding as another example. 2026 request asks for mere 3 U.S. Navy ships, so the fleet is 60 short of its goal to deter China. So, is it a case of not spending efficiently? Is it a case of years of disinvestment that require us to catch up? Or is the Journal just wrong that Trump isn't rebuilding the military as promised?
I think he's setting the conditions to restart the rebuild. I know that sounds kind of convoluted, but it's a lot more than just saying, okay, we need 25 more ships. Go build 25 more ships. This is not the latter part of World War II where we just cranked out ships, in 3 days. We don't have the facilities to build them. We can build them, but at a very, very slow rate. I think I've told you before, there's only one factory in all of the United States that can build a tank. One. And that's, that's not Trump's fault. That's been there for a long time that way. And we're trying to get past that. So I believe he's setting the conditions. You do have to spend the money to get the system to change. It doesn't just change and then 10 years later, you get to pay the bill. So I think I'm glad that the Journal is pushing him and wanting him to do more, but I think they've overstated their case here. I don't think he's betraying anything. I don't think he's pulling a fast one. I think it's just going to take a while to see any sort of tangible movement in that regard.
What did you make of the State Department's performance over the weekend, or back, I should say, when there were these layoffs that have now been green lighted, and you saw in the State Department too all these signs about resisting fascism, and it's just in like very sort of high schoolish, your work makes an impact, homemade signs and they're applauding people and hugging people as they're exiting their positions and stuff. I mean, it struck me. I don't want to make more of it than it is, but it struck me as particularly undignified, and also more evidence that these intel agencies and the larger superstructure still very politicized.
For the last point, 100%. The State Department, the various parts of the intel community, and even some levels of DOD it's the wokeness, the leaning towards the left. Those folks have become pretty deeply embedded, and they're not all gone. The State Department. I'd like to point out that in my almost 30-year active duty career, the military underwent about 3 or 4 reductions in force with various leadership. At the end of Vietnam, we had a huge one. We had one under Clinton. We had others, and people got fired, right? They were good serving people with wonderful records, but the word came down, hey, we got to cut some bodies. You guys, when we rack and stack, are at the bottom level, off you go. And people who thought they were good to go for a 20-year career were let go at 13, 14, 15 years. The State Department is not immune to that. I mean, what kind of entitlement is it that this little tiny organization thinks that they can do whatever they want and nobody could ever touch them? I don't have a lot of sympathy for that. And when you see those signs, continue resistance, all that kind of nonsense, it shows you that there are people who needed to go.
Yeah.
And maybe a few more, because they're the ones that have put up the signs are, in some cases, are the ones that are still in there.
Epstein. What I'm sure you've been privy to some of the scuttlebutt that's bandied about. I mean, what is your assessment of the likelihood that he had some sort of ongoing relationship with the CIA?
We're getting the ire over this, the dissatisfaction of seeing no particular action against anybody with regard to this, other than the one lady that they threw in jail. who deserve to be in jail, by the way. But that is brewing some strange things. I mean, are there people in the CIA who may have had connections to Epstein? Yeah, there were a lot of power brokers inside the CIA. Some people, nobody knows, that may have been into that. And that may be a thing. Is the CIA actively supporting Jeffrey Epstein's, endeavors over the years? I don't think so, unless they were using it as a way to recruit people or to influence people, a la the KGB with honeypots and things like that. I don't have any evidence or knowledge of anybody specifically doing that.
Would it surprise you if he served some sort of useful role for them, that they would turn a blind eye to his illegalities? Would that surprise you?
To be honest with you, no.
Yeah.
I mean, it would surprise me.
Oh, it would surprise you.
Yeah, it would surprise me because they could do that themselves. Why in the world would they hire on with some, filthy screwball to do it? If they want to set up a honeypot, they can do that. It's in their charter. But to actively work with a criminal like that, nah, I don't. It just doesn't wash with me. It's getting too far down the rabbit hole. And to be honest with you, in my experience, that level of conspiracy is hardly ever true. It's salacious. It's like a movie script, so everybody loves it. But it's usually the people in the government aren't that bright, and that's literally been my experience. I never attribute to a conspiracy anything that I can explain away by incompetence and stupidity, and this would fall in that category.
Stephen Bucci served America for 3 decades as Army Special Forces officer, top Pentagon official, now a visiting fellow in the Heritage Foundation's Allison Center for Foreign Policy Studies. Stephen, thanks as always. Appreciate it.
It's my pleasure. Talk to you next week.
And he joined us on the Turnkey.Pro answer line.
It's like a hot, steaming cup of information to start your day. It's Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Golf legend Jack Nicklaus, the Golden Bear, tennis star Rafael Nadal, and the late, great Kobe Bryant. What do they all have in common? They're all recipients of stem cell therapy, using your own body's healing properties to find relief from sports injuries and chronic joint pain. You can receive the same therapy at QC Kinetics in Naperville, Morton Grove, Oak Brook Terrace, Gurnee, and Crystal Lake. QC Kinetics, regenerative medicine. You've been hearing their ads on the station for 2 years, and the response has been so exciting. So many AM 560 listeners are getting relief from chronic joint pain thanks to stem cell therapy from QC Kinetics. 92% of patients report satisfaction. Even Joe Rogan loves it. If you're considering surgery, stop now and contact QC Kinetics. It doesn't cost anything for a second opinion. Weekend appointments are available. This could be life-changing. Call today to learn more and see if you're a candidate. Call 312-809-5955 and tell them Dan Prof sent you when you do. That number again is 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
AM 560. The Answer.
Text message from, what is that text message from? 312? The interview talking about the Tucker Carlson interview of the Iranian president reminded me of when Sideshow Bob was interviewed by the parole board for attempted murder of Bart Simpson. Yes. Yes, with the Iranian president playing the role of Sideshow Bob. Coming up at 7:37, we have a new addition to our lineup here at AM 560. And that is Scott Jennings, the CNN contributor. You watching those roundtable discussions. His new show premieres today at 1 p.m. Chicago time. We'll talk to him about that and salient issues at 7:37. Now we check the headlines.
Good morning. It's 70 degrees in Chicago and AM 560 The Answer. I'm John Cruz in the Quick Delivery Service newsroom. Air quality alert in place due to haze. Mainly sunny today, high of 80. Stock futures are down slightly this morning following President Trump's tariff announcement targeting major U.S. trading partners. Mexico and the European Union are joining a growing list of countries whose imports face tariffs starting August 1st. Trump announcing that all imports subject to a 30% tariff, both criticizing the move but said they wanted to keep negotiating. 2 people are dead following a church shooting in Kentucky on Sunday. Others were injured. Police say the shooter killed at the church by responding officers. Kentucky's Governor Andy Beshear asking the country to pray for those affected by the senseless acts of violence. And a 17-year-old boy still in critical condition after he was shot at a park on the city's far north side last night. Police talked to witnesses who said the teen was shot over a dispute during a kids' soccer match. Those witnesses say the teen got angry, grabbed a gun, then shot him twice. No arrests have been made. This news update delivered to you by Quick Delivery Service. Visit quickdelivery.com when you need same-day delivery, local delivery when you need it from safe, licensed professionals. Go to quickdelivery.com now to schedule your delivery. A check of the roads coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560 The Answer.
If you've ever wanted to meet Larry Elder, Hugh Hewitt, Mike Gallagher, or Charlie Kirk, now's your chance. It's AM 560's Terrific Talkers VIP Experience Contest. Enter today for a chance to meet your favorite host and sit in on a live broadcast. The grand prize includes airfare and 3 nights of accommodations. Don't miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Enter today at 560theanswer.com/VIP. That's 560theanswer.com/VIP.
Time now for the Chicagoland Retirement Report. Danielle Martin here with financial advisor Scott Tucker, president of Scott Tucker Solutions. When we go through days or weeks of volatility in the markets, it's hard to know what to do. So, Scott, what can you tell us?
Danielle, I think when there's market volatility, it can freak some folks out. You can be fearful. You might make sudden decisions that may not be in your long-term benefit. A lot of folks race to look at what their 401k or their IRA balances. And we want to caution folks to kind of slow down a little bit. A lot of folks want to sell at the bottom and buy at the top. If you've already experienced some losses, let's just talk about it.
That's right. A lot of people still have major concerns about their retirement plan, but the good news is you and your team have created an offer for our listeners, Scott. So tell us more about this.
Right, Danielle. The offer today is a Retirement Decoded Toolkit. My staff at Scott Tucker Solutions put this together, and you can claim your Retirement Decoded Toolkit by texting the keyword book. You can call or text the keyword book to 224-496-3999 or go to retirementdecoded.com. So you can text the keyword book, B-O-O-K, to 224-496-3999 or call that number, 224-496-3999. Might be easier to remember. You can just go to retirementdecoded.com. At retirementdecoded.com, you just enter in some information and we'll get your copy of Escape Illinois, Should I Stay or Should I Go, as well as the Retirement Decoded Toolkit. I think it could really help you with these types of market volatility.
That's right. If you have questions about your retirement, take advantage of this offer today. It's very simple. Call or text the word book to 224-496-3999. Again, that's the word book to 224-496-3999 or head to retirementdecoded.com to get your toolkit today.
Investment advisory services made available through AE Wealth Management, LLC, a registered investment advisor. Investing involves risk, including the potential loss of principal. Firm does not provide tax services.
They took everything. Our equipment, our supplies, it's all gone.
It's devastating. Every order is going to be delayed for months, and our customers are going to find someone else.
I don't know if we'll ever recover from this. We're already getting calls from clients checking on their orders.
Who knows how long it will take to get back on our feet? What were we thinking not upgrading our security?
Don't let a break-in devastate your business. Protect yourself with Goldilocks. They'll create a customized security solution for you. From commercial doors with keyless entry to 24/7 alarm monitoring, they have you covered. Learn more at GoldilocksInc.com and have a security technician conduct an on-site assessment of your business. Plus, AM 560 listeners get their first 3 months of monitoring free with a new install. Call Goldilocks now. 708-889-5600. That's 708-889-5600. Goldilocks, Chicagoland's premier locksmith doors and security systems company since 1981.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Taking a look at your drive in the Team Hochberg Traffic Center with traffic, a service of Rapid Radios. On the Edens inbound, Lake Cook to Montrose, 15 minutes. Outbound Montrose to Lake Cook, 14-minute ride. Kennedy inbound, O'Hare to Burn Interchange, 41 minutes with a 16-minute delay. 24 minutes inbound Montrose to the Burn Interchange. On the Kennedy outbound Burn Interchange to O'Hare, a 39-minute ride with a 16-minute delay. You're stopped, then going outbound Sacramento to Costner Avenue. Eisenhower inbound, Jane Addams to the Old Post Post Office, 43 minutes with an 11-minute delay on the Eisenhower outbound Old Post Office to Jane Addams. A 39-minute ride. On the Stevenson inbound from 355 to Lakeshore, you're looking at 36 minutes. Slower Harlem to Kedzie Avenue. The Stevenson outbound from Lakeshore Drive to the Tri-State, 27 minutes. And on the Dan Ryan inbound 95th to the Byrne Interchange, you're looking at just under 30 minutes. 16 minutes outbound Byrne Interchange to 95th. I'm KT. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Now, here's the latest forecast from QC Kinetics.
Today will be mostly sunny with a high of 89. Tonight, expect clear skies with a low of 69. Tomorrow will be hot with a mix of sun and clouds, reaching a high of 91. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios.
If you're looking for the latest news, insight into what it means, and the sharpest opinion, there's only one station in Chicago where you can turn, and it's this one. We're AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan Proft here. Miranda Devine, her piece over the weekend in the New York Post, she makes an argument, frankly, that a lot of MAGA supporters, Trump supporters, are unwilling to make. So I give her credit for that. You have a lot of MAGA supporters right now on this Epstein matter who are basically unwilling to criticize Trump because they are unwilling to criticize him ever, but they're also unwilling to defend him in this instance. Miranda Devine, not one of those. Epstein drama is an unnecessary distraction for Trump administration and plays into the hands of malign Dems. She goes through it, but she ultimately concludes, I'd love to know the truth about Epstein, but it's not worth tearing the administration apart and playing into the hands of malign Dems. Well, I'm a fan of Miranda Devine, but not really that argument. Because it seems to me that telling the truth about Epstein is precisely the way to prevent tearing the administration apart and playing into the hands of malign Dems. So I think she has it a bit reversed. And I think to do any less without at least a credible, detailed explanation of why you're doing less than advertised during the campaign is to damage MAGA's brand equity. What's the MAGA brand? Isn't it that the political class protects themselves at your expense and we protect you at their expense? I mean, that's one version of it, in my words, of what that brand is. But it doesn't feel like that's happening here. And in terms of distraction, I mean, she's right about that. But it's a distraction of their own making. So it's a distraction away from, say, the House Oversight Committee's investigation into who knew what when about Biden's cognitive decline. So that we're not talking about some of the things that his doctor, O'Connor, who took the fifth last week, had concluded in reviewing Biden's health. For example, in 2024, Dr. O'Connor's conclusion on Biden, 2024, last year, President Biden is a healthy, active, robust 81-year-old male who remains fit to successfully execute the duties of the presidency, to include those as chief executive, head of state, and commander-in-chief. I mean, it sounds like something Ali Mayorkas would have wrote. So, but we're not talking about that. We're not talking about, we're talking about it here, but to the point of it not getting near the amplification it would otherwise get. We're not talking about comments from former Biden officials like, golly gee, I don't know, Mike LaRosa, who is a PR flack for Jill Biden, who said this over the weekend about some of his colleagues that are being whistled before the House Oversight Committee?
There was a culture of evasiveness when it comes to transparency. I said to your colleague Rachel Campos Duffy a couple weeks ago that they were allergic to transparency, and if you weren't stonewalling, if you weren't hiding the ball, it was usually a sign of betrayal or disloyalty to the Bidens. But I just don't think that this bunker mentality approach is helpful reputationally to the Bidens, to Dr. B, and to the president. They should be full disclosure, full transparency, showing that they have nothing to hide. This bunker mentality is sort of a way that people approached politics in the 90s, and it's just not sustainable in the media environment we live in.
Dr. B, by the way, not a doctor. For more on this, please be joined by Scott Jennings, who is a new addition to our lineup. Happy to have him. His show, The Scott Jennings Show, premieres today at 1 p.m. on these airwaves, 560 The Answer. Scott Jennings is also, of course, a CNN contributor, author of A Revolution of Common Sense, How Donald Trump Stormed Washington and Fought for Western Civilization. Scott, thanks for joining us again. Appreciate it.
Hey, thank you. Good morning.
Congratulations on the show. And your take on the Epstein imbroglio and the all the rumor mongering about a potential crack up at FBI over the handling of it.
Well, I've been listening to your comments, and I think you made some interesting points. I also think Miranda Devine, who you referenced, I think she's right that this politically does play into the hands of Democrats who are in such disarray. I mean, they're desperate for anything right now. They can't find their footing. So the only way to bring them back and to resuscitate them is for us to self-immolate on the right. So she's right about that. I think you're right about transparency and honesty in explaining whatever you're going to do, even if what you're going to do is ultimately unsatisfying to a group of people, explaining why you made the decision. And there may be good reasons to explain here about why they're doing what they're doing. Do it fast and do it clearly and do it transparently and put it behind you. That's my advice. I mean, I worked in a White House once, and division is bad. I mean, politics is a team sport. When you're fighting internally in your team, that emboldens the enemy. So I do agree with Miranda on that. Whatever happens must happen quickly, and it must happen clearly. I think that was a good point you made.
And especially at that level, too, because you're talking about people that came into the administration with high political profiles, Bongino and Kash Patel, and to see infighting at Department of Justice and FBI, apparent infighting, particularly when there is so much on the plate and there's the desire for so much of a reckoning, the opening of a criminal investigation into Comey and Brennan, that there's some accountability brought to bear and some restoration of norms that were violated under the previous administration. And this detracts from that as well.
I totally agree. And look at the New York Times this morning, this new story about the Biden pardons, the use of the auto pen. I mean, this scandal is exploding before our eyes. I was scanning through my social media before I popped on. One of the staff secretaries in the White House for Biden, a nasty partisan named Neera Tanden, all she's doing this morning is tweeting, posting about the Epstein stuff. So you can see where the average Democrat is. They're desperate for Epstein to distract from the real constitutional crisis that we just lived through that's currently being reported on by the New York Times of all places. And so the focus here, in my opinion, and I think we are going to get focus out of the House Oversight Committee, which you also referenced, but the real focus here ought to be on the actual constitutional crisis. And it was what happened to us under Joe Biden. So, I think for the Republicans up in Washington today, we've really got to keep the focus on that. We cannot let them forget about this. This cannot be memory hold. What they did to the country was wrong. Accountability must be meted out here.
The Dems in disarray you mentioned at the beginning, and of course that is perhaps being most demonstrated by the situation in New York with the mayor's race in Mamdani, and now Jamie Dimon saying that his friends who are Democrats have big hearts and little brains, which is not complimentary. I don't know how they're his friends, actually. As long as they stay unnamed, I suppose. But it was interesting to hear from the newly minted DNC chairman about Mamdani last week, where he basically, it was really a tell in terms of where the party is, because he could not in any way condemn Mamdani, any view. He just basically said, it's a big tent and there's a lot of room for Leninists, I guess. But it just shows that they're sort of like the story last week about unnamed members of the Democrat Party in the House and Senate saying our constituents are pressuring us to throw caution to the wind, even to the point of violence. Like they have a constituency they don't know what to do with. They're afraid of. They can't repudiate, but they can't embrace.
Oh, they're in a pickle because not only is the head of their party forced to say that they're a big tent party with room for actual communists, they're also a big tent party with actual room for the most virulent anti-Semites in the country. They're a big tent party with room for people who are cheering on political violence against people they don't like. I mean, they did it all spring. Look what they were doing to Tesla all spring. People were cheering for this. And so
and now it's ICE.
Communists. Yeah, exactly. They got communists. They've got anti-Semites. They've got violence in their party, and that's the beating heart. That's the energy of the left right now. And I mean, imagine if the same conditions existed on the right. If a party leader was saying, "Well, we have to accept all these crazy things," I mean, people would be going crazy in the national media. And so they're in a real problem. Not to mention the policy problems they have. I mean, look what they're defending in California. They're mad about these ICE raids. I mean, they're saying Gavin Newsom's donors must be allowed to continue to employ trafficked child labor to pick the marijuana. I mean, that is a policy position passionately defended on television right now by people on the left. They have no idea what they're doing, and they're destroying their own brand and ability to win elections. I guess outside of New York City, it's going to be very difficult for them as long as the right, the Trump right, stays together and fights together. The left has no message for the bulk of the American people.
Yeah, it seems to me, I mean, there's a lot of focus on the Mamdani race right now, the New York City mayor race, but those governor's races in Jersey and Virginia could end up being real tells in terms of where things are truly at present in terms of the political landscape.
Yeah, you always look for these off-year elections as a bit of a bellwether. I try not to overread them.
Mm-hmm.
But, New Jersey last year was closer than Texas.
Yeah.
And so, there's some evidence there that people are not happy with the status quo. And so I'm anxious to see how they turn out. Same for Virginia. Virginia's always been, one of the races that people focus on because the state has been somewhat purple, has a Republican governor right now. Of course, it also has a lot of government workers, that live in Northern Virginia. So I'm watching those anxiously. I don't want to overread it, but absolutely, we have to look for signs there about how the people are flowing. I was talking to a pollster last night about the national generic ballot. Right now, Democrats only have about a 2-point lead in the national generic ballot. In the last Trump off year back in 2018, I think it was 7 points. That's a huge difference. The Democrats had a 7-point lead on Republicans. So there's plenty of evidence the country has shifted to the right, shifted away from the radicalism of the left. And so that's the challenge for the Republican Party, for the conservative movement. How do you keep it going and defy expectations in the next midterm?
Scott Jennings, CNN contributor, author of A Revolution of Common Sense, How Donald Trump Stormed Washington and Fought for Western Civilization, and the host of the new show on this network, Salem Network, The Scott Jennings Show, which you can hear today at 1 o'clock on these airwaves. Scott Jennings, thanks for joining us again. Appreciate it.
Honored by the chat this morning. Looking forward to getting on the air with you. Thank you, sir.
Great to have you. And Scott Jennings joined us on the Turnkey.Pro answer line.
Listen to podcast of Dan and Amy from the AM 560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Gain insight into building strong marriages and raising godly children with Focus on the Family with Jim Daly each weekday at 11:30 a.m. on our sister station, AM 1160. Hope for your life.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for. For this free information, call 800-422-1609. 800-422-1609. 800-422-1609. Or simply visit godra.com.
The clock is ticking for Windows 10 operating system. Soon, Microsoft will no longer provide free updates, technical support, and security fixes for Windows 10 and previous versions. Is your business using Windows 10? Take action before your business is impacted. Turnkey is offering a free Windows readiness check. This free assessment will give you an analysis of where your network needs are and prepare your business for Windows 11. Don't wait. If you're not ready, your system is vulnerable and could be hacked. All your data could be lost. Your business can't afford the losses. Turnkey can help prepare you for the transition, ensuring a seamless move from Windows 10 to Windows 11. Find out if your operating system is ready for Windows 11, no charge. Ask about the free Windows Readiness Check today by talking to Turnkey. Visit turnkey.pro before there's no support for Windows 10. That's turnkey.pro. Turnkey, your small business champions.
Welcome back to Ask Hasselus. I'm Weston. What's your question?
Hey, this is Honest Eddie from the car lot down the street.
Hi, Honest Eddie.
Is it true your showrooms don't have any employees?
That's right. Hasselus mattress showrooms are employee-free.
Now, don't you be dishonest with Honest Eddie.
It's true. Give the mattresses a try with no pushy sales guy. And through Monday, get additional instant savings of $248 off Sealy Posturepedic and Beauty Rest.
Son, to make it in sales, you gotta pressure people. Like, what's your budget? Or, I know it's the most expensive model, but trust me, it's the right one for you. And what's it gonna take to get you into a Sealy Posturepedic or Beauty Rest today?
But that's hassling customers.
Yeah, so?
Our store is called Hassle Less Mattress.
Just change the name. How about Wacky Westerns?
Uh-oh, you're breaking up. Gotta go.
Wait, no, let me talk to my manager.
Hasseless Mattress, 100% Eddie free. Open 9 to 9. Find an employee-free showroom near you at hasseless.com.
Your manufacturing production is only as good as your manufacturing team.
Monarch makes you better, plain and simple. They do an excellent job at recruiting the right people, qualified, experienced, top talent that improve productivity.
Monarch Technical Services has been leading the Chicago staffing industry for manufacturing and engineering since 1987.
Their vetting process is bang on, and their payment terms show just how dedicated to helping they are. You have 6 months to pay the finder's fee, and if for any reason the candidate leaves, the fee ends. Simple.
Monarch's payment terms allow you to make sure employees fit in before fees are paid in full. It's a working partnership that works.
If you're growing your manufacturing team, trust me, call Monarch Technical Services.
Monarch meets every candidate in person to interview and test for specific skills and assesses experience by using blueprint, shop math, part measurement, and CNC program exams. Call 847-342-1221. That's 847-342-1221. Or visit monarchtechnical.com.
Don't miss cutting-edge coverage of daily news from an America First perspective on the Alex Marlow podcast on the Salem Podcast Network.
Everything I'm seeing from the public is that public does not like the idea of just pure welfare and charity being done for people who are able to work and are not willing to work. So able-bodied people have got to get back to work.
Subscribe today on Apple, Spotify, YouTube, Rumble, or at SalemPodcastNetwork.com.
So, what'd you call me over here to see, buddy?
Well, wait till you see the new set of wheels
Whoa, would you look at this garage floor? Wow, buddy, is this epoxy? So smooth and shiny. It looks like a showroom in here. Wow, it looks easy to keep nice and clean, too.
Yeah, it is, but...
Man, I've been thinking about getting an epoxy coating. This is a sweet-looking garage floor.
You happen to notice my new Corvette?
Oh, huh. That's cool, too.
Level 10 Coatings, Chicagoland's premier concrete coatings company. We can improve the look of your garage, basement, office, or outdoor space with customized concrete coating solutions. As Chicagoland's only certified Cimarron installer, we're setting industry standards with the most durable flooring solutions at highly competitive prices. Level 10 Coatings uses polyurea and polyaspartic coating, which is stronger than epoxy. Turn your ugly garage floor into a showroom floor. Now, with the summer special, just mention AM560 to receive $500 off any project. Visit level10coatings.com.
Big or small, we coat them all. Level 10 Coatings, your custom concrete coating solution.
Don't miss In Grace with Pastor Jim Scudder Jr., now heard on Sunday mornings at 7:30. Tune in and find hope as Jim Scudder explores God's Word and His world each Sunday morning right here on AM 560, The Answer. AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan Proft here, just adding to what Scott Jennings had to say about these indefensible positions that the neo-Marxists are trying to defend, like the illegal marijuana farm employing underage kids. This is another policy choice that's being made at the higher education level in California, according to reporting from KTLA 5 in LA.
to allow their classes to move online amid student concerns over the ongoing immigration raids. Leaders at the university say that professors can now arrange for more excused absences and alternative makeup work after students have expressed fear of commuting to school and taking public transportation. Faculty also have the option of working remotely now. There have been no reported raids on the campus. It's unclear if the majority of classes will be online when the fall semester begins, which is...
So they're going COVID protocol at Cal State University in LA to protect people in this country illegally. Coming up at 8:08, we return to the matter of the Epstein imbroglio with Thomas Baker, retired FBI special agent. It is now 8 o'clock, AM 560 WIND.
Only force can get Russia to stop. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. That's what Ukraine's president posted on Telegram after meeting with U.S. envoy Keith Kellogg, who's visiting Kyiv. With Volodymyr Zelensky also writing on X, he's deeply grateful for American support as President Trump readies Patriot missile air defense and other military aid to help Ukraine battle Russia.
I am very disappointed with President Putin, and I thought he was somebody that meant what he said, and he'll talk so beautifully, and then he'll bomb people at night. We don't like that.
The morning after, the president told reporters that at Joint Base Andrews, he'll meet with NATO's leader an hour from now. The president again posted this morning on Truth Social the U.S. has been ripped off on trade for decades as he threatens 30% tariffs on European and Mexican imports starting next month while negotiations on trade deals continue. The Trump administration is readying an appeal to a federal judge's ruling Friday limiting federal agents' ability to target illegal immigrants in raids in California. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem tells NBC's Meet the Press.
What I would encourage everybody is that if they're concerned about being in this country illegally, go home.
This follows raids in marijuana farms last week that detained 361 migrants here illegally.
Within that number, DHS says were some bad actors, including multiple illegal migrants from countries like Mexico and El Salvador with previous charges like attempted child molestation, kidnapping, burglary, and DUI. This morning, the FBI is also offering a $50,000 reward for information leading to the arrest of an apparent active shooter at the scene. The Trump administration says it also rescued 14 children, 10 who were unaccompanied.
Fox's Matt Finn in L.A. 9 people are dead in Massachusetts after a fire raged in an assisted living facility. Dozens of others injured.
It's horrible. I mean, this is the kind of thing you don't want. Middle of July, Sunday night.
Fall River Mayor Paul Coogan. Firefighters were able to rescue some residents that were hanging out of windows calling for help. America's listening to Fox News.
WIND, Chicago.
Good morning, 70 degrees in Chicago on AM 560 The Answer. I'm John Cruz in the Goldilocks newsroom. Morning haze burning off to a sunny day, a high of 79. Arson investigators are at the scene of an early morning house fire in the south suburbs. This happened about 5:30 near the 2000 block of Vermont Street this morning in Blue Island. No injuries reported as of yet. The home a complete loss. Fire crews still investigating what sparked that fire. A teenager shot at a Northside soccer complex. Police say that shooting started as a robbery, but witnesses say it was from an argument. Those witnesses said the suspect, another teen, got angry, grabbed a gun from his bag, and allegedly shot the victim in the upper body and arm. He was taken to the hospital in critical condition. Police have yet to find that shooter. A record crowd over the weekend at the 25th annual Barrio Arts Festival at Chicago's Humboldt Park. This as federal agents were spotted there Tuesday, sparking fears of an ICE raid. The Department of Homeland Security says the agents were gathered as part of an unrelated narcotics investigation. Attendance at the festival doubled from last year. Chicago police issuing a community alert after a string of violent robberies in the River North area. In each crime, police say the suspects became friendly with intoxicated victims, then robbed the victims and beat them up. The crimes happened as bars and restaurants were closing. CPD said there were 3 possible suspects working together. And a blood drive going on today at the United Center. It's a partnership with the American Red Cross from 9 to 3 today. All blood types welcome. Donors will get a $20 Amazon gift card and sunglasses while supplies last. News is a service of Goldilocks, offering Chicagoland state-of-the-art smart security systems to protect your home or business. AM 560 listeners receive 3 months of monitoring free with new installs. Get peace of mind by calling Goldilocks at 708-889-5600. Again, that's 708-889-5600. A check of your traffic coming up in 2 minutes, but now time for the AM 560 Business Beat, sponsored by Signature Bank.
I'm Charles Payne, and this is the Fox Business Report.
U.S. stock futures and global stocks are losing ground after President Trump said the U.S. will charge a 30% tariff on goods from the European Union and Mexico effective August 1st. Gold prices are higher. The uncertainty is boosting demand for Bitcoin, which topped $122,000 overnight to a record. Cryptos are also getting a boost from anticipation that a series of industry-friendly bills will progress through Congress, nicknamed Crypto Week. Reuters says the most notable is a bill that would establish a regulatory framework for stable coins. And the Wall Street Journal says over the weekend, SpaceX, Elon Musk's rocket company, invested $2 billion in xAI, the artificial intelligence company. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Ginny Coselda. Invested in you.
Hugh Hewitt reflects on a great month for the country.
June was one of the most amazing months of my life in terms of the good guys winning everywhere. We're going to count the first 3 days of July if we can get the one big, beautiful bill. But we haven't had a month like this in a very long time, not since maybe the Soviet Union fell apart and the Berlin Wall fell down in '89.
The Hugh Hewitt Show, afternoons at 2, right before Sean Thompson at 4 on AM 560. The Answer.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank, a bank where relationships still matter. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
Hey all, Jim Carr here. I am the owner of Carr Machine and Tool in Elk Grove Village and loyal customer of Signature Bank. As a second generation owner, I knew I had to shift from operating as an old school machine shop to what I can proudly say is now one of the fastest growing aerospace manufacturing facilities in the region. Signature Bank was there every step of the way through our expansion efforts, including financing our new state-of-the-art facility. Their valuable industry expertise and constant communication throughout the construction process made our vision possible. Many thanks to Signature Bank for supporting Carr Machine and Tool. You set the bar high for other banks.
Signature Bank helps local businesses succeed. Want to learn how Signature Bank can help turn your business vision into reality? Visit signaturebank.bank. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Welcome back to Ask Hassleus.
Hey, it's your favorite car dealer, Honest Eddie. Is it true that there are no employees at Hassleus Mattress?
It's true. Give the mattresses a try with no pushy sales guy. And through Monday, get additional instant savings of $248 off Sealy Posturepedic and Beauty Rest.
Son, you gotta pressure people. Like, what do I have to do to get you into a new mattress today?
Uh-oh, you're breaking up. Gotta go.
Wait, no, let me talk to my manager.
Find an employee-free showroom near you at hassleus.com.
My friend Paula just remodeled her kitchen. I feel bad. It's so bland.
Yeah. Everyone's using the same templated designs these days or just refacing cabinets.
Let's check out Forever Remodeling. They do full and custom kitchen remodels from the ground up, just for us.
It'd be nice to have a kitchen that's truly ours.
Exactly.
Don't get the same kitchen design as everyone else. Visit Forever Remodeling today at foreverremodeling.com. That's the number 4, everremodeling.com. And tell them AM 560 sent you.
We all know the importance of good daily habits, whether it's getting your steps in, stretching those limbs, or eating right. Doing it on the regular is key. That's why if you're dealing with everyday aches and pain, it's time to bring Relief Factor into your routine. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that fights pain naturally. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor uses a special formula of 4 natural ingredients. Relief Factor doesn't just mask pain, it helps reduce or even eliminate it. In fact, the longer you take it, the more effective it is. So call 1-800-4-RELIEF and try their 3-week quick start for only $19.95. That's less than $1 a day. Simply call 1-800-4-RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Wherever you're having pain, don't let it keep you from living the life you want. Make Relief Factor part of your daily routine. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF.
Take a look at your drive in the Team Hochberg Traffic Center with traffic and service of almostfreeteeth.com. Eden's inbound, Lake Cook to Montrose, 15 minutes. On the outbound, Eden's Montrose to Lake Cook, 17 minutes. Kennedy inbound, O'Hare to Byrne Interchange, 39 minutes. You're on and off the brakes inbound between Montrose and Belmont Avenues. Inbound Montrose to Byrne Interchange, 30 minutes. Outbound Kennedy, Byrne Interchange to O'Hare, 53 minutes. You're heavier outbound between Lawrence and Harlem Avenues. Eisenhower inbound Jane Addams to Old Post Office, 55 minutes. That's a a 23-minute delay on the outbound Eisenhower Old Post Office to Jane Addams, 53 minutes. On the Stevenson inbound 355 to Lakeshore, 39 minutes. Slower Harlem to Kedzie Avenue. Stevenson outbound Lakeshore Drive to the Tri-State, 32 minutes. On the Dan Ryan inbound 95th to Burn Interchange, 19 minutes. 11 minutes outbound Burn Interchange to 95th. I'm KT. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Now here's the latest forecast from QC Kinetics.
Today will be mostly sunny with a high of 89 and clear skies tonight with a low of 69. Tomorrow, expect hot weather with a mix of sun and clouds and a high of 91. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan Proft here, and the speculation persists in just about every direction. And because it does, it seems to me it speaks to my general criticism of Trump's handling of the Epstein matter, which is if you're not going to live up to the promise that was made pre-election and the pre-installment of your people at Department of Justice, at FBI, then you need to provide a cogent explanation of why. And it may be along the lines of some of the speculation that is being bandied about, but you have to make it. You can't just do the, I don't like people fighting, stop it, we're moving on, or this is all you get and we're moving on, we're not taking questions. Trump posting on Truth Social over the weekend, what's going on with my boys, and in some cases gals. They're all going after Attorney General Pam Bondi, who's doing a fantastic job. We're on we're on one team, MAGA, and I don't like what's happening. We have a perfect administration, the talk of the world, and selfish people are trying to herd it all over a guy who never dies, Jeffrey Epstein. And he goes on to suggest that the so-called Epstein files, which, by the way, he called for to be released too, were actually written by Obama, Hillary, Comey, Brennan, and all the losers and criminals of the Biden administration. Just another hoax. Well, that's at odds with what Alan Dershowitz says. It's at odds with what Kash Patel and Dan Bongino, and perhaps even Pam Bondi, although her words were more couched, believed prior to taking office. And it seems to me, if you say, well, here's what we thought, here's what I thought, and here's what I found, and it's different. Like, for example, their concession, I'm talking about Kash and Bongino, that Epstein committed suicide. That doesn't sit well with some Trump supporters. But they basically said, look, we had questions. From what we've seen, the questions have been answered, and we now conclude that he did commit suicide. And then you move on, and there's still questions that persist, particularly when you present videotape that ends up having been edited a couple of times. It wasn't the raw footage, apparently, according to an analysis by Wired Magazine, that it was presented as being. So when you're not accurate, fully accurate, that creates more impetus for conspiracy theories. One line of argumentation I saw in response to my critique of the Miranda Devine column that we talked about with Scott Jennings for a bit. Trump and Kash, et cetera, public said they're going to release files when they get into office. You think the people keeping them suppressed would just leave them behind? If the files were actually secret pedo tapes and blackmail evidence against billionaires and politicians, and not just Epstein abusing kids, why would the corrupt FBI rats or intelligence in the Biden administration protect those files, leaving behind the files so that Trump can use them and or reveal them to the public? That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Oh, okay. Well, my response is, okay, well, if that's true, why would they leave them behind? Trump announced that they were going to release them, and they could be incriminating to people that are in Biden's orbit. So, of course, they took them with or destroyed them or what have you. Well, then why don't they just say so? Why wouldn't they just say so? Why wouldn't Trump and Bondi just say so? What we thought we had, we don't have. It seems to us that files or evidence was either taken or destroyed, and we're looking into it. Because to say that, if that's really what happened, one line of speculation, that would put the onus on Biden and Wray and company. So to not say it, if that has any basis in truth, that's what seems ill-considered to me. That's what I'm talking about. A credible alternative explanation for why you're not producing what you promised to produce, whether it is because it's not there, because it was not what you anticipated it would be, because you're still investigating, because you're using information to bigger and better ends, and you're going to have to trust me on this, or I can give you some perspective, but it's a pending matter, and you'll have to process it after and make your own decision about my judgment after we've concluded this effort. That's not what we're getting. For more on this, pleased to be joined by Thomas Baker, retired FBI special agent and legal attaché, and author of The Fall of the FBI, How a Once Great Agency Became a Threat to Democracy. Thomas Baker, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Good to be with you again this morning, Dan.
So, your take on this whole Epstein dilemma?
Well, as regards the Epstein dilemma, I would like to comment that your explanation these last 2 or 3 minutes, your explanation is excellent. It's measured. It touched on all the issues and problems with it. And my synopsis would be quite in line with your critique. The handling of it has been a public relations disaster for Trump and his administration, and for Pam Bondi's DOJ, and for Kash Patel's FBI. And really, it's the only major criticism I have of any of them since they've been in office. And it's a damn shame, and it was avoidable, and that's what makes it a public relations nightmare.
The theories that are being bandied about, and there's some circumstantial evidence to some of them, including that Epstein was essentially a cutout, or somebody that the CIA used to do things that it couldn't do, potentially dating all the way back to Adnan Khashoggi in the 80s and in Arms for Hostages, Iran-Contra. What sort of credibility do you give those theories in terms of explaining how Epstein was able to amass the fortune he amassed, operate the way he operated, get a sweetheart deal back in West Palm and in the first decade of this century that he got? I mean, all of that. It just seems like it was impossible for him to do all the things he did without some sort of state sanction.
Well, there are a lot of very dynamic entrepreneurs and financiers. And Epstein, in fact, in his finance business, had a couple of really good clients. This one man, I'm sorry to say his name escapes me, he had a woman's clothing and lingerie company for years.
Wexner, yeah.
Had blind faith in Epstein and gave him hundreds of millions of dollars to manage. So that's part of the financial explanation. He had several clients like that. And there's no reason to believe that those people were involved in the sexual exploitation of women or girls or children. The other speculation is plausible based on what I know about the wide-ranging tentacles of the CIA around the world. It's quite plausible that the CIA at some point used or contacted Epstein as a source of information and perhaps as an operational person at some point. Bear in mind, he traveled internationally. He had places in the Caribbean. He had places in London. He came in contact with a lot of decision makers. He's the kind of person legitimately the CIA would have contacted, would have tried to exploit and develop. And perhaps Epstein being such a conniver, I think we can agree with that, that he might have cut a good deal with them to give him a little more freedom, a little more leverage in operating in certain countries and certain areas in the past. None of that's proven, but it's plausible speculation. The other explanation, which Trump and Pam Bondi should have given in a more cogent fashion, is that all the many files have been reviewed. She allegedly had dozens and dozens of people working on the review, and that there is no there there. They could have said it more cogently without getting themselves in the mess that they're in now.
But they also have to answer the question, and they didn't really answer it. I mean, it's the obvious one. Okay, if there's no there, then why is Ghislaine Maxwell sitting in prison for 20 years for sex trafficking? She was trafficking all these women just to herself and Jeffrey Epstein? That doesn't seem plausible.
Well, you're absolutely right. Here's the challenge. Here's the reality. There was several federal investigations, FBI investigations of him, going all the way back to the case in Florida dozens years ago, where he got a sweetheart deal at the end of the line, to the investigations in New York, to the major investigation, and this is key, of his death in federal custody in the Federal House of Detention in New York City, which some people immediately suspected, well, this is a jailhouse killing because this guy could rat out dozens of key powerful people. Bill Barr was still Attorney General when that happened. The Federal Bureau of Prisons is a component of the DOJ. Bill Barr was, in fact, furious about this death.
Right.
And he had it investigated, and they investigated the hell out of it. And in the end, he concluded, which none of us were happy with, but it was the conclusion he came to, is that it was just a series of blatant screw-ups and mistakes by the Federal Bureau of Prison authorities in New York City. There were two people literally asleep at the switch, who should have been watching this guy. He should have been on suicide watch. For a long time, they had a nonviolent criminal as a cellmate with him, and that's a good practice when someone is suspected of being a suicide possibility. But he was left alone in one cell by himself. The people who should have been watching him were literally asleep. So there's all those errors, and then there's this weird thing with the that Pam Bondi tried to explain with the tape that's recording out in the whole corridor, that it goes blank 1 minute every 24 hours as it switches back over. That could have been explained better. So Bill Barr's investigation was extremely thoroughgoing, and he wanted to uncover any possibility that this guy might have been murdered. And what he uncovered was a lot of shortcomings and screw-ups by the Federal Bureau of Prisons. He used the phrase, I forget, it was just a perfect storm of mistakes that were made that allowed him, and the conclusion was, take his own life, which is not a far-fetched thing, somebody like him facing prison for the rest of his life and being the despicable person that he is and the amoral person that he would have taken that way out. That could have been explained better. There are, as I say, these undoubtedly thousands of pages of documents from the 2 or 3 separate FBI investigations that went on. Now, here's the problem they do have. In all fairness, there are undoubtedly dozens of people and probably hundreds and maybe thousands who were interviewed in the course of those 3 investigations who are totally innocent people, or at least people that a case could not be brought against. And it's longstanding DOJ policy that you're not supposed to, which of course Comey and Brennan and Wray even violated, but you're not supposed to name somebody or besmirch somebody who you don't intend to charge. That's just a good policy they've had over the years. And there are undoubtedly hundreds of people like that, including Trump, including, you mentioned that Professor Dershowitz. He was mentioned in this matter at all, and he denies the what he calls false allegation against him. So they're really in a bad spot. There's a lot they can't release, but they could if they wanted to, and if somebody made a Freedom of Information request, undoubtedly people have, they could expedite it, and there'd be a lot of redaction of people's names, but they could release all the files with all the redaction. It would be a monumental thing, but they could do it. And then, of course, people would pick, and forever, and people, just like the Kennedy assassination, 10 years from now, 20 years from now, people will be still picking at this and speculating.
Well, that's right, because you're not getting full disclosure on the front end, so that's why it goes on for decades and decades. I mean, it's even just like answering questions, like, I mean, like literally a open forum, ask your questions. I mean, just obvious ones like, did you talk to victims? There's no one that you could make a case out. Did you re-interview, or did you pour through all the evidence that would implicate people who've been accused publicly, like Prince Andrew? And you determined that there wasn't a case there. I mean, that's a question. I don't know. But it seems to me like those are the sorts of questions that they need to provide answers to.
Well, you're absolutely right. And that's a way they could do it. But at the end of the day, they've mishandled it terribly, I'm sad to say. But at the end of the day, there may be no there there in terms of a black book, a little black book with the men who were taking advantage of these women and girls. Undoubtedly, I mean, there's so much circumstantial evidence around the travel and the planes going to this island, and what a number of women and girls said happened to them there.
Mm-hmm.
This monkey business, and that's even too gentle a term for it, monkey business, it's worse than that, was going on. The other thing you have is the nature of the victims. Sad to say, a lot of the victims themselves, and I'm not besmirching the victims, but a lot of the victims are unstable, emotionally unstable. They've been scarred, or they were weak, emotionally weak people to begin with. That's why they were exploited. That's what made their exploitation so relatively easy. So a lot of those people don't want to be on the spot, don't want to be involved. But it could. Dan, you're absolutely right. It could have handled it a lot better. And I think it's unfortunate and distracts from other things.
You're just on another topic. Your assessment of the announcement of a criminal investigation into Comey and Brennan, and it seems to be in the direction of both of those two individuals perjuring themselves and maybe even conspiring to commit perjury. Do you see that going anywhere?
That's something more important. Well, in my personal opinion, even more important, I'd like to talk about. Yes, I'd like to see it go somewhere. It may not, because of time having gone by. I feel very strongly about that effort, because it kind of vindicates a lot of stuff I said in my book. John Durham, the special counsel who looked at the origin of the Russian collusion investigation, issued a report, 300 pages, I believe, and he charged only 3 people. And a lot of the liberal critics of the president and of Durham, and who are defenders of Brennan and Comey, have said, well, John Durham looked at this and only charged 3 people. Well, John Durham also issued a report, and his report went over everything and said clearly, number one, there was no reason whatsoever to initiate the Russian collusion investigation of the Trump campaign, that the FBI particularly, because Durham's report focused on the FBI and the DOJ, Durham's report said that there was absolutely, that they had a lack of fidelity to the law. That's his bottom line. Now, what it looks like we're speculating now, but what it looks like in the current criminal investigation that's just been initiated, we were told last Wednesday officially that it was initiated, is perhaps John Brennan and maybe Comey lied to Durham in his investigation, and there's still some time for that, or that Durham lied in some of his testimony, not Durham, excuse me, Brennan lied in some of his testimony to one or more congressional committees. Whether they'll be able to prove that at this late date is not known. But what this investigation will show, again, I believe, and confirm again, and as I said, confirm a lot of the things I said in my book, that there was a conspiracy. Brennan, who escaped a lot of criticism, was hardly mentioned in the Durham report. Brennan clearly led the FBI into this investigation. He planted the breadcrumbs himself. That is now well documented. And that's a terrible abuse of the CIA and a terrible abuse of our justice system. And that's what I think history will accuse James Comey and John Brennan of: abuse of authority, terrible abuse of authority. Whether or not there's enough for a criminal charge remains to be seen.
One more report, and that was this weekend. Senate Homeland Security Committee's report on the failed assassination attempt on President Trump last year in Butler, Pennsylvania. We find that there was information prior to the July 13th rally, 10 days prior, that Secret Service officials became aware of a threat to then former President Trump, and but they couldn't figure out how to share classified information with local partners. And the committee also concludes, something Susan Crabtree at RealClearPolitics.com has been reporting on. Not a single person has been fired. The committee believes more than 6 individuals should have received disciplinary action as a result of their action or inaction. Those who were disciplined received penalties far too weak to match the severity of the failure. So here again, we're looking for accountability with a catastrophic and almost much more catastrophic failure, but a man still lost his life that day, the fireman. Catastrophic failure by Secret Service, and nobody really gets held to account.
Well, Dan, what's beyond disgraceful, what's surprising about all those findings and what actually happened that day is that a lot of these issues, and I'm not exaggerating now, were resolved, procedures were resolved 20 and 30 and 35 years ago between the federal agencies and the state and local agencies. And I'll just mention one or two very quickly. You mentioned that they didn't know how to convert this classified information in a form to disseminate to the state and locals. Well, that's been resolved years ago. You have undoubtedly in the Pennsylvania State Police and probably in the city of Pittsburgh, which was a nearby major city, you have officers who've been cleared to top secret clearance who are on joint terrorism task forces. That's the whole purpose of that, number one. And the federal agencies, Secret Service, as well as the FBI and others, have been disseminating. DEA does it routinely, classified information, unclassifying it, and getting it out to the state and locals in a classified or unclassified form. So that's one thing.
So wait, just hold there. So that when the Secret Service says they had, this is a quote from the report, had no process to share classified threat information with partners when the information was not considered an imminent threat to life. You're saying they actually do have a process. That's false.
And there's been a process for 20 or 30 years.
Yeah, okay.
And that's what I find. I mean, it's not just shocking. It's totally surprising. It's unbelievable. There's been a process in place for years. The other thing there's been a process for, two other major findings of that report. Number one, there was no joint command center for that major event. That's something that's been established operational procedures between the federal FBI or Secret Service and state and locals for years. You always want to have a joint command post where you have people sitting in the same room from these different agencies. You got a county police there, and a county sheriff's office, a local police. Then you got the state police and others. They should all be sitting in the same room in a command post somewhere. That didn't exist. That's been standard law enforcement practice in America for 20 or 30 years at least. And then the other thing they mentioned, they had no common channel. The Secret Service could not communicate with the Pennsylvania State Police or the local police on the scene, who were seeing different things and did see some stuff early on. That's another thing. 35 years ago, police cars and FBI cars in America with their Motorola radios way back when, they always had a common channel. They talked to their own people on channel 1 or 2, for instance, and there was always a channel 3 or 4 that was a common channel between the state police and the FBI in every state of the nation. 30 years ago, we had that. And so just for this purpose, in an emergency, you could talk to each other. And they said in this report the Secret Service didn't have that on the scene. What the hell's wrong with the Secret Service? I mean, they have let things slip, and it's a shame because they were always thought of years ago as a very elite force with some very polished guys. And boy, that has slipped terribly.
Thomas Baker, retired FBI special agent and legal attaché, author of The Fall of the FBI, How a Once Great Agency Became a Threat to Democracy. Thomas Baker, thanks so much. As always, appreciate your time.
Thank you, Dan, and thank you for your clear analysis.
Thank you. And Thomas Baker joined us on the Turnkey.pro answer line. Coming up at 8:38, Corey Brooks embarks on a journey of 1,000,000 steps. We'll have the details, but now we check the headlines.
Good morning. 71 degrees in Chicago on AM 560 The Answer. I'm John Cruz in the AlmostFreeTeeth.com newsroom. Mainly sunny and 80 today. The death toll now at 132 in Texas due to flooding from July 4th. Still over 100 missing. Sunday rains threatening residents once again, but the river rising just a few feet overnight, nothing compared to 30-plus feet from last week. Multiple people killed by a fire at a nursing home last night in Fall River, Massachusetts. 5 firefighters were also hurt during a news conference last night. Fall River Fire Chief Jeffrey Bacon said firefighters were met by a heavy blaze with residents hanging out of windows. Another incident involving a teenage boy who was shot last night while riding an ATV in Chicago's Auburn Gresham neighborhood. That shooting reported around 6 p.m. According to police, a 17-year-old boy was riding an ATV when an unknown suspect fired multiple shots in his direction. He was hit in the right arm, taken to an area hospital in good condition. No one in custody as of last night. News, a service of AlmostFreeTeeth.com. What if you could save on average 90% off for dental implants and get 100% of your smile back? With a Blue Cross Blue Shield PPO or FEP, it's possible. Check if you qualify at AlmostFreeTeeth.com. A check of the roads coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560 The Answer.
If you've ever wanted to meet Larry Elder, Hugh Hewitt, Mike Gallagher, or Charlie Kirk, now's your chance. It's AM 560's Terrific Talkers VIP Experience Contest. Enter today for a chance to meet your favorite host and sit in on a live broadcast. The grand prize includes airfare and 3 nights of accommodations. Don't miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Enter today at 560theanswer.com/VIP. That's 560theanswer.com/VIP.
They took everything. Our equipment, our supplies, it's all gone.
It's devastating. Every order is going to be delayed for months, and our customers are going to find someone else.
I don't know if we'll ever recover from this. We're already getting calls from clients checking on their orders.
Who knows how long it will take to get back on our feet? What were we thinking not upgrading our security?
Don't let a break-in devastate your business. Protect yourself with Goldilocks. They'll create a customized security solution for you. From commercial doors with keyless entry to 24/7 alarm monitoring, they have you covered. Learn more at GoldilocksInc.com and have a security technician conduct an on-site assessment of your business. Plus, AM 560 listeners get their first 3 months of monitoring free with a new install. Call Goldilocks now. 708-889-5600. That's 708-889-5600. Goldilocks, Chicagoland's premier locksmith doors and security systems company since 1981.
Salem News Channel is America's fastest growing conservative TV network.
It's an absolute crazy day.
Home to the largest lineup of free speech champions anywhere. Delivering in-depth insight and unapologetic opinion on today's biggest news stories.
Americans aren't going to put up with this anymore.
SNC brings you the news that matters, told with integrity and clarity. Watch Salem News Channel free 24/7 on your television. Stream now on Pluto TV.
Hi, I'm Ken Mariotti, owner of Woodland Windows and Doors, a third-generation family-owned business since 1969. We know you're bombarded by choices when shopping for new windows or doors, so we're inviting you to experience the Woodland difference. For decades, we have been transforming living spaces with Marvin Windows, a fifth-generation family business. Marvin replacement windows have been known to increase the warmth of your cold rooms by 10 degrees. Think about that, 10 degrees warmer. When you welcome Woodland into your home, you will get a product expert to transform your living spaces full-time, dedicated professional installers that you can trust in your home, along with the best products like Marvin. These are the reasons we're proud of our 5-star reviews in Family Legacy. No gimmicks, no pressure, and upfront pricing are why Woodland Windows and Doors is your trusted window and door expert in Chicagoland. Visit woodlandwindows.com to book your free in-home expert consultation. That's woodlandwindows.com, or stop by our showroom at the corner of Lake and Geary in Roselle.
Don't miss Destination Retirement with Robert Kuhn every Sunday from 11 to 12. Robert has a different way of looking at retirement from most financial advisors and is happy to share his ideas with you every week. So don't miss what he has to say on AM 560 The Answer. Destination Retirement with Robert Kuhn, Sunday mornings from 11 to 12.
This hourly segment is sponsored by TJ Stearns Financial Planning. Certified financial planner Tim Stearns holds a weekly discussion of the financial challenges to secure retirement. Listen Saturday at noon for Protect and Grow with Tim Stearns.
Taking a look at your drive in the Team Hochberg Traffic Center with traffic, a service of Blindster.com. Edens inbound, Lake Cook to Montrose, 15 minutes. Just under 20 minutes outbound Montrose to Lake Cook. On the Kennedy inbound O'Hare to Byrne Interchange, 42 minutes. You're on and off the brakes inbound between Montrose and Ogden Avenues. On the inbound Montrose to Byrne Interchange, 32 minutes. Kennedy outbound Byrne Interchange to O'Hare, 42 minutes. That's an 18-minute delay. You're heavier outbound between Lawrence and Harlem Avenues. On the Eisenhower inbound Jane Addams to Old Post Office, 48 minutes. That's a 17-minute delay. Eisenhower outbound Old Post Office to Jane Addams, a 53-minute ride. On the Stevenson inbound 355 to Lakeshore, a 39-minute ride. You're slower Harlem to Kedzie, heavy on the approach to the inbound Dan Ryan ramp, and on the Stevenson outbound Lakeshore Drive 2 355, 30 minutes. Dan Ryan inbound 95th to Byrne Interchange, 19 minutes, 11-minute ride on the outbound Byrne Interchange to 95th. I'm KT. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Now here's the latest forecast from QC Kinetics.
Today will be mostly sunny with a high of 89. Tonight, expect clear skies with a low of 69. Tomorrow will be hot with a mix of sun and clouds, reaching a high of 91. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios.
If you're looking for the latest news, insight into what it means, and the sharpest opinion, there's only one station in Chicago where you can turn, and it's this one. We're AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan Proft here. We discussed this a bit earlier, but I want to revisit it with our next guest, Pastor Corey Brooks. And that is what BLM Brandon Johnson, he's the mayor of Chicago, don't you know, had to say over the weekend when he did a stop at a church in the Grand Crossing neighborhood, New Life Covenant Church. And he was joined by the pastor there, a gentleman named John Hanna, talking about the violence and the progress that has been made, the reduction in murders and shootings, which is happening nationally, and has very little nexus to any particular policies that Brandon Johnson has advanced, but nevertheless. But talking about that progress against the backdrop, of course, of the regression, which was the mass shooting at that River North nightclub a couple weeks back. Here's what he had to say.
When you are experiencing progress, the last thing you want is a setback. Now look, 4th of July, same thing with Memorial Day weekend. Both those weekends were less violence than we saw in the previous year.
Yeah, I wouldn't engage in too much self-congratulations, but he can't help himself. But the pastor, I thought, said something that was even more troubling.
And if we really look at the gun issues in America, it's not something that the city needs to deal with. It's something that our federal and our national government has to address.
Our federal and national government is the same thing. But the gun issues or violence issues in the city of Chicago shouldn't be addressed locally. They should be addressed nationally. That, to me, is a particularly odd thing for a pastor to say. Because it is through family and church, isn't it, Pastor, that you're going to solve the behavioral problem that manifests itself as a violence problem, isn't it? And then they got on to talk about how Chicago is joining California in suing ICE to protect its sanctuary city status and all that jazz. For more on this, pleased to be joined by the aforesaid Pastor Corey Brooks, senior pastor of New Beginnings Church of Chicago, founder and the CEO of Project Hood. And once upon a time, he was the rooftop pastor. Now he is the Million Steps pastor. He is embarking upon a 1 million steps to opportunity, a walk across America, not hands across America, walk across America, walking from New York City to L.A. to try to raise $25 million for underserved communities. We'll get all the details. Pastor Corey Brooks, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Hey, it's always a pleasure to be on. I thank you so much for having me on the show today.
So what about, I don't know if you know Pastor John Hanna, but what about that statement? Boy, that it just shows you the government-centric mentality in all walks of life in Chicago. A pastor of a church is saying, nothing we can do here, the federal government has to do it.
Yeah, that's unfortunate because that's totally different than what I believe. I believe that, government can legislate laws, but they can't change hearts. And that's what we need in the city of Chicago. We need better leadership and we need change of hearts. And it's the local church, it's not-for-profits, NGOs that help make those moves and help people transform their lives. I think, we're living in Chicago with some of the strictest gun laws in America, and yet we still see violence every single day. That's not because of the gun laws. That's because of people's hearts. That's because of people's mindsets. And so we want to have a better city and a better state as it relates to people shooting illegally and murdering people. Then we're going to have to roll up our sleeves. We're going to get involved in the lives of people and help them to transform their lives.
And what do you say in terms of, or your assessment, I should say, of Brandon Johnson's 2 years in office now, and in terms of the approach that he has taken to public safety or the city's interaction with people that are doing the on-the-ground work like yourself?
Yeah, I think that, across the country, we're seeing a decrease in violent crimes. And so I don't think that what we're seeing in Chicago is a direct result of Brandon Johnson's leadership. We all know that his leadership is faulty. We all know that his leadership is failing us as a city. And so I think it has to do more so with people who are doing the groundwork, like Project Hood and other not-for-profits who are directly involved in the lives of individuals who can be shot or will do some shooting illegally. And I think those are the things that's changing the tide. And so it has nothing to do with the leadership of Brandon Johnson, that's for sure.
All right. So tell me about this. You're going to walk 2,800 miles between New York and L.A. I think I did a little back-of-the-envelope calculation. Maybe it takes you about 43 days to do that if you do it nonstop, Forrest Gump style.
Yeah, I wish I could do it nonstop 43 days.
Yeah, right.
But I can't do it. So
what is it?
It's 3,000 miles. It's 12.5 miles every day, Monday through Friday, taking Saturdays and Sundays off for events and for worship. And so it will take me exactly 1 year.
A year?
Yeah, 1 whole year, walking Monday through Friday, going from New York all the way down the East Coast to Atlanta, and then crossing over and going south through the southern states. And so that's the route that we're taking, and 12.5 miles every day. So prayerfully we'll make it.
Well, you're going to be in great shape. That's the good news.
Absolutely, without a doubt.
So first of all, like, just the logistics, how are you plotting this out? Like, do you have places to stay that are 13 miles apart each day, or how does that work?
Yeah, so we're working on the logistics. We do have an RV and we have a Sprinter. When we can't find hotel stays, we'll just stay in the RV and the Sprinter. We have a team of people who are walking with us. We have a media team. We have a logistics team. We have a team of people to do the walk. And so we're just going to walk the 12.5. We have it all jotted out, and it'll be posted on our website, projecthood.org. It's there now. People can go and check it out, the Walk Across America, and it gives you the whole map. It gives you how you can participate, and if you want to join us along the walk, how you can do that as well. So there are a lot of people who have been signing up, and we're really excited about it.
Are you putting like a GoPro on your head or something so that people can follow you virtually?
Absolutely. We're going to be streaming the whole way. That way people know that we are actually walking. And, it is, we're trying to promote merit and family and faith and give hope in the American dream again across America. But we're also trying to raise the money that we need to continue to do the things that we need to do. We want to finish building our center, and we want it to be debt free. We're in the process of, we want to start a school, private school for boys who are having some serious struggles in Chicago public schools. We want to create an endowment so that these programs can last. And then we want to start putting Project Hoods in urban areas across America to help them to transform their neighborhoods as well. And so it's really about letting everyone know that every neighborhood, every block, regardless of where you are, rural or urban, can make a comeback in America.
So this raise is to complete the vision for Project Hood on the South Side and then to replicate it in other urban centers, or to begin the process of that.
To begin the process of that. We don't rely on government funds, and so we have to be creative on how we go about trying to raise funds and how we get eyes on our project. And so this is just another way that we're trying to raise the money, that we're trying to get eyes on our project, and we're trying to put the work in. We're not asking anyone we're not asking the government for a handout, and we're not expecting any entitlements. We're rolling up our sleeves, and we're telling the American people, hey, just join us in the work that we're trying to do. We believe we have something that really works, and we need your help.
And so are you working through like other faith communities around the country in terms of getting congregants and parishioners to join you? Is that sort of the way, like for whatever, a mile, 5 miles, 10 miles when you're in their neighborhood?
Absolutely. We're reaching out to different churches, different organizations, and hopefully they'll come out and walk with us. Not only will they walk with us, but they'll host events across America. And so we're really excited about a lot of the events that we're planning. The kickoff in New York is underway. It's being planned. It's going to be a really big event. And so hope you get a chance to participate in that. If people can't come out and walk with us in New York or in Times Square, get us kicked off, they can at least tune in and watch us streaming and watch the walk across America.
So when do you plan on kicking off this year-long walk?
September 1st of this year. It'll be September 1st of this year, and then we'll see everyone periodically throughout the year as we continue the walk. But September 1st is the kickoff date, Times Square, New York.
And so Times Square, okay, you need to start, launch it right next to the Naked Cowboy, right? So September 1, and so who minds the store at Project Hood while you're gone walking?
So we have a great team, Dez and Brian, our COO, and our chief of staff. They do a great job running Project Hood. I'm putting together a team to run the church as well. I will be able to make it back on some Sundays and fly back when I'm in major cities. I can fly back on some Sundays since Saturdays and Sundays we're off. It won't be there very often, but we have pastors who are already donating their time to come in and preach on a Sunday. So our congregation is going to be stable. We're going to be doing a lot of stuff virtually. We got a lot of devotionals and things planned. So it's going to be a real growth time, not just for me, but for our neighborhood and for our church. It's an opportunity for our church and neighborhood to say to America, hey, we're not looking for any entitlements. We're not looking for any mandates. We're just looking for some help, and we're rolling up our sleeves, and we believe that we can take self-responsibility and do it ourselves if we just had a little help.
So you've been on a rooftop for an extended period of time. Now you're walking from New York. So, are you already planning, to swim the English Channel, pulling a rowboat like Jack LaLanne, or what other feats are you devising?
I don't think I'll ever be swimming anywhere other than the pool at the Project Hood Leadership and Economic Center. That's about as far as I'm going to go.
All right.
I never know what's going to, you have to be real creative. When you decide, hey, we're not taking government funds, you have to be creative to make sure that you are able to resource the projects that you're trying to do. And so it's just about me being creative. And if anybody has ideas, I'm willing to try them, because I really don't want to have entitlements and pork money from the government. I really want us to be an organization and a community that does not have to depend on people like the government to carry us. We want to do it ourselves. We just need the American people to see that we're trying to do and come alongside and assist us.
All right, and he's putting a million steps to that commitment. Corey Brooks, Pastor Corey Brooks, senior pastor of New Beginnings Church of Chicago, founder and CEO of Project Hood. The Corey Brooks Walk Across America kicks off on September 1st, so we'll be paying attention to that and promoting it on the show once you get in advance of getting going and once you get going as well. Corey Brooks, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
All right. And Corey Brooks, join us on the Turnkey.pro answer line.
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one, Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-965-1433. 800-965-1433. 800-965-1433.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
The Milo bedroom from Penny Mustard takes you back to the time of Mad Men, martinis, and mop tops.
Right on. I love Milo's clean, streamlined look. It's a gas.
Made in the USA and scaled to fit any room.
Perfect for your pad. It's totally bodacious.
Wrong decade, Arvid.
Don't be so square, man. The Milo bedroom with queen platform bed, 6-drawer dresser, mirror, and 3-drawer nightstand, starting at $52.09 at Penny Mustard.
7 locations throughout Chicagoland.
PennyMustard.com.
Why don't we do one of those one-day bathroom remodels?
Well, because I don't want a generic bathroom that looks like it belongs at a campsite.
Fair. I'd love something that fits us. A bigger shower, safety grab bars, better lighting, heated floors.
Let's go with Forever Remodeling. There's no templates. Every design is unique and exactly what we want.
At Forever Remodeling, no two bathrooms are ever the same. Visit Forever Remodeling today at foreverremodeling.com. That's the number 4everremodeling.com. And tell them AM 560 sent you.
Hey, it's Sean Thompson here for Level 10 Coating. You've been hearing the ads on AM 560 for months. Listeners love the product. Shiny new garage floors. And here's the thing. If you grow up in Chicago, you know a garage isn't just for parking cars. It's a sanctuary for yourself. Sometimes you could throw a kid's party there. Sometimes you can watch a game with your friends. But it doesn't have to be a cracked, dry, ugly cement floor with all dust on it. It can be a product you love. That's what Level 10 Coating delivers. Level 10 Coatings makes it someplace you'll want to be all the time. Level 10 Coatings, you can call now for a free quote at 855-510-2628. The number again, 855-510-2628. It's not just garage floors either. It's anywhere you want to make the cement feel more than cement at level10coatings.com. That's level, the number 10, coatings.com.
Big or small, we coat them all. Level 10 Coatings, your custom concrete coating solution.
Did you know that AM 560 Radio has a full-service digital marketing division called Salem Surround? If you're a business decision maker, listen up. AM 560 listeners are everywhere your potential audience is. So are our incredible targeting capabilities. We localize digital marketing and put it within reach of every business, small and large, in Chicagoland and beyond. Salem Surround offers AI-powered marketing solutions that reach your ideal audience. Whether or not you tap into the proven live, local, and emotional connection that AM 560 Radio brings, Salem Surround offers a total marketing solution to our partners. All-in-one digital solutions that provide targeted local digital and social media ads, Google AdWords management, website services, video strategy, search optimization, and even a management dashboard to offer you total campaign updates and transparency. Your Salem Surround representative is located right here in Chicago. Experience the Salem Surround digital revolution today. Call 847-472-8951. That's 847-472-8951.
Hey, this is Sean Thompson. You know, there's an old joke about Uncle Sam's tax short form. The first line says, "How much did you make?" The next line says, "Send it in." Sadly, that's not funny at all for honest people who pay taxes. But that's exactly what a lot of people do in their retirement. They take money out of their 401k and their IRA, and they send it into the IRS. Tom Fortino of Alpha Wealth Group believes there's a better plan for your retirement than Uncle Sam's plan of send it in. What if your current plan includes thousands of dollars in unnecessary taxes and fees? What if you're headed for higher Medicare payments, lower Social Security checks? What if the savings you may realize allows you to retire even earlier? Wouldn't you want to know all of that right now? Call Tom Fortino and the team at Alpha Wealth Group and find out today. Call 630-864-6711. The number again, 630-864-6711. You can also visit alphawealthgroup.com to schedule your no-obligation consultation.
AM 560, The Answer.
Well, here's a fun way to end the show. When the Lavender Bund loses the lesbians, a gay couple looking at the selections in the gay LGBTQIA2S+++ section at Barnes & Noble's. Shocked.
Okay, we're gay, but we're in Barnes & Noble's, and there's a kids' book section, a gay kids' book section, and this is crazy. Look at this. Okay, there's the gay BCs, right? Bye-bye binary. Bye-bye binary with a mohawk on a baby. Gay BCs, you're not ready. You hold us. Okay.
Yeah. Can you imagine how shocked they'd be if they went to a, I don't know, government middle school library in the suburbs? Maybe try Downers Grove. Thanks for joining us today. It is now 9 a.m. WIND AM 560.
He's about to meet with the head of NATO. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. The morning after President Trump told reporters the U.S. will be giving Ukraine more military aid to battle Russia.
They do need protection, but the European Union is paying for it. We're not paying anything for it, but we will send it. It'll be business for us, and we will send them Patriots, which they desperately need.
The Trump meeting with NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte comes as a special envoy is in Kyiv for talks with Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky, who posted on Telegram, only force can stop Russia.
Ukraine's Zelensky says he met with General Keith Kellogg, President Trump's special envoy, and they talked about new U.S. help with air defenses and weapons from Europe. We separately know that the way that's going to work is that the U.S. will sell weapons to NATO, who will give them to Ukraine, and NATO will reimburse the U.S. for those systems, including Patriot air defense batteries.
That's Fox's Peter Doocy at the White House. A nightmare last night in Massachusetts. A fire broke out at an assisted living facility. Residents leaning out of windows, crying for help that did come for some.
The police department, fire department, and EMS were able to enact dozens of rescues to save multiple lives.
But Fall River Fire Chief Jeffrey Bacon says 9 people died. A few dozen others were injured. Despite more rain and more flooding, rescue teams back out in Texas looking for more than 100 people still unaccounted for from the July 4th flooding that hit Kerr County, killing at least 129 people.
They had to take breaks over the weekend due to intense rains creating more flood possibilities, putting those teams at risk. Lynn Bizzell is the fire chief in Fredericksburg, Texas.
It's a every minute discussion or every 15-minute discussion with them to make sure that we're not going to get a wall of water coming on top of it.
Rains also prompted more flooding in nearby Lampasas County, where the river rose more than 20 feet overnight Saturday into Sunday.
Well, that's Fox's Eben Brown. America's listening to Fox News.
WIND, Chicago. Now, your official weather forecast.
Today will be mostly sunny with a high of 89. Tonight, expect clear skies with a low of 69. Tomorrow will be hot with a mix of sun and clouds, reaching a high of 91. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Charlie Kirk explains what we're about to see from the left.
Remember, the left will always exploit an alleged emergency. Remember, during COVID, if we don't lock down the schools, kids are going to die. If we do not have sweeping quasi-amnesty, we'll starve and our businesses will collapse. I'm sorry, I don't believe you anymore when you come to these incredibly hyperbolic emergency-type signals.
The Charlie Kirk Show, weekdays at 11, right before Hugh Hewitt at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
We all know the importance of good daily habits, whether it's getting your steps in, stretching those limbs, or eating right. Doing it on the regular is key. That's why if you're dealing with everyday aches and pain, it's time to bring Relief Factor into your routine. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that fights pain naturally. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor uses a special formula of 4 natural